morning and welcome to round 4 of the Trips UK British Supermoto Championship for 2025, being held here in the lovely Pembrey in South Wales. So my name is Danielle and I'll be talking you through our racing for today of this British Championship. If you're a fan of Supermoto, make sure, if you're not already, you're following us on all the socials. So we've got Instagram at the British_Supermoto. We also have our Facebook page, the British Supermoto Championship, as well as the YouTube channel. We've got TNL Sports, where you can catch up all the action from this round and our previous rounds. And for everything else, we have our website, thebritishsupermotochampionship.com. So, first things first, we will show you our current championship standings. Our academy class currently being led by Ed Darnton there on 213 points. In second we have Archie Reynolds, and third the RWJ rider Max Rhodes. Then in fourth we have Tyler Clark, who's been on a charge in these last few rounds, and in fifth we've got Cole Reynolds. Our novice championship is currently being led by the 59 of Dan Billam. Second, we've got Kevin Crowthers there, a little bit way back there on 120 points. In third, we've got Liam Pearson, the 150. Fourth, Aid Dealey, and in fifth, we've got Dean Clark. Our Clubman Championship, out in front there is the number 311 of Jake Sayer. Second to him, we've got Simon Burgess. We saw him have a great ride at Rowra last round. Third, we've got Chris Lambourne, who is currently out for today's racing. Fourth, Paul Baxter, and fifth, Blake Wilson. And then our Trips UK British Supermoto Championship is currently being led by the number 74 Trips TM Leeds UK rider Chris Hodgson. In second, we've got the Trips UK rider Richard Sharp. Third, Baton Fast Richard Blakeman, alongside him teammate Jamie Duncan in fourth, and then we have Alex Mullaney in fifth. So we will now take a look back at the action we had this morning with our top 5 riders all battling it out for Superpole.
Oh, I see Harley's in Superpole today.
He is. He's managed 5th with
brilliant.
Dad Richard. He's currently 6th, so just outside.
That's the first time this year.
Yeah, it is. First time I think we've seen Harley Sharp in Superpole, so he'll be our first rider.
Absolutely brilliant. I think his dad once said if it's the day Harley beats him, that he'll call it a day, so maybe this is it.
I think he should save it at least to the end of the season.
Yeah,
round it out.
I think he will. No, that's brilliant for him though. Yeah, magic.
Yeah, so Harley's currently, I believe, sat in second in our under-21s championship.
Yeah.
Dad Richard, he's currently leading our over 45, so you've definitely got both ends of the generations there. Yeah,
you have. Yeah, no, they're both good riders. They look really similar on the bike. Got very similar styles. You can see it's getting dry there already.
Yeah, track conditions definitely improving. So This is Harley. This is sort of basically a little bit of his warm-up lap. This will be our first sort of view of the circuit, so watching Harley come round, you can see some quite broken concrete there. Yeah,
that's what was slippery yesterday, I personally found, but you have to watch out on there.
I think we can call this one Lambourne's Corner now.
Yeah, I know, that's my favourite part, yeah.
So Harley now on his hot lap, coming round, like you say, this really fast section of the circuit.
That'll be chewing the tyres there, won't it?
Yeah, if it's dried out. The weather here we've had this weekend has been incredibly unpredictable, from sort of really heavy downpours to, like we say, it's cracking the flags now.
I know.
So Harley making his way into this is now the first off-road section, like you say, over that jump.
So that's fast down there, and you can imagine it's wet grass, bumpy. It's quite hard work, that bit. And then now here, the dirt will get dragged all the way down into this corner, so you've got to be careful there as well.
Doesn't look quite as dry over that side of the circuit either.
No, it doesn't. This bit looked quite good. I've just been over here and watching, but then hard to stop for this left.
Yeah, so Harley there looking like he's making a good job of that.
Yeah, very clean. Yeah, he is very clean. Like his dad always comments that he never uses brake pads, never uses tyres. He is steady.
Yeah, so watching him come round now, again, onto a little bit more of this broken concrete to head towards where the checkered flag is for Kirk.
Good lad.
This will be basically the benchmark for Superpole, and Harley has done a 1:15.567. So next out there we've got Lee Williams on that high-tech coatings Husqvarna. So Lee actually was leading qualifying for at least the first part of that.
Was he?
He was.
Yeah, that's good.
So track conditions definitely improving, which I think will be helping these riders. A little bit of a moment there, but it is quite greasy.
Yeah, it's going to start getting to the point where you need sort of a bit of a combination of a wet front and a slick rear. Obviously they haven't got that at the moment, they're just still on full wets. Well, I take it they are. I hope they are.
One rider we know that won't be doing that will be Jamie Duncan, renowned for hating having mixed tyres, so he'll either be full slicks or full wets. So we'll watch now as Willow crosses the line, and our timing screen updates. He has not managed to beat Harley.
Good work, Harley, yeah.
Yeah, so 1:16.3. And again, here is our other under-21 rider, our championship leader, Alex Mullaney. He was incredibly fast yesterday.
Yeah, really good. He doesn't care, that's for sure.
He was flying yesterday.
He was really good, yeah.
We had some of the circuit staff that don't normally see Supermoto saying that he was putting on an absolute masterclass, showing these guys how it was done. And with that sort of road race style he's been adopting, this circuit really suited him.
Yeah, he's getting into a bit of his road racing now, and yeah, like you say, the longer tarmac sections are suiting him, aren't they?
Yeah, so watching now, that foot out, looks like it's probably very, very greasy there, tiptoeing round. So we'll watch as Alex comes across the line. There's the checkered flag.
Yeah.
He's managed to go fastest with a 1:14.555. Yeah. So a second faster than Harley Sharp. But now here is the number 7, Jamie Duncan. Speaking to him a little bit earlier.
Bit off the track there.
A little bit wide there.
Yeah.
He was saying he's really enjoying the off-road here. He said there's no other track on our calendar where you can be in 5th gear flat out off the off-road.
I'm glad he likes it.
Yeah, he's really enjoying it from what I've heard, so
yeah, good.
See if he can put a good lap together here. That looked like a bit of a mistake there on that first off-road, but we'll see if he can manage to make any of that time back.
Yeah, he might have hit the jump, because I think the jump's on a little bit of a kink, so maybe he hit that a bit fast and just sent him just over the other side.
Yeah, see him spinning up the rear wheel of that fat and fast KTM there as he was coming out of that off-road.
I see him. Looked good.
So, time-wise, wait for our screen to update. He has gone fastest with a 1:13.6.
Blimey, yeah, another second again.
So, I think this has been the man to watch.
Yes.
Yesterday in that final race, he managed to put it all together after some bike mishaps earlier on in the day, and really sort of showed that the reason he is an 18 times British Championship, coming from mid-pack and winning that race by, I think, about a 3-second gap across the line.
Yeah, no, he was on fire on the last one there.
So we'll watch Chris now. He always looks really smooth. You won't often see a mistake from Chris, and it's quite hard to judge how fast he's actually going.
Yeah, definitely. He has got a really good smooth style, hasn't he? So he's never looks too loose.
No, so watching him through here, compared to Jamie Duncan on that last lap, there's no dramas there, no wheel spin, it's just getting the power down on that TM Leeds UK 450. Quite an uneventful Superpole for Chris there. If we hopefully that'll be a fast lap. Oh, it wasn't. It was a third. So 1:14.624. So
Jamie's a second faster than second. Yeah,
it is. That's almost our first 2 rows now set for race 1 a little bit later on. So on pole we'll have the number 7 of Jamie Duncan doing a 1:13.6 there. Second, Alex Mullaney. Then third will be Chris Hodgson. 4th, Harley Sharp. And 5th, Lee Williams. So, that was all the action that we saw for Superpole a little bit earlier on, but it looks like we've got our Contract Solutions Group C riders all getting themselves lined up in the holding area. So there is Max Rhodes, often on double duty on this Sunday here at our British Supermoto Championship in both our C group and our Academy class. So Max is currently sat 3rd in our Academy class, so we'll have to keep an eye out on him a little bit later on. There's Robin, one of our staff members here at Nora's Fort. He's currently in our dummy grid. there is my teammate Andy Goodsell. Said he really enjoyed the circuit yesterday, so he's coming back from having another knee replacement. He's heading out there on board his AWG Husqvarna. Let's have a look, see where he qualified for this one. So Andy there qualified in 11th place, so in the C, so not a bad one for him, but I know exactly who he'll be chasing down, and that'll be the 184 of Farron Young, who managed to just pip him to 10th. So I'm sure there'll be some friendly competitiveness there. There is the 164 of Sean Jones, who should be on pole for our Contract Solutions C Group Race 1 for today. So this will be our first bit of racing action here at Pembury. You can see the track's drying out lovely, and there is our starting grid. So it is the 164 of Sean Jones on pole, with alongside him we have the 111 of Duncan Wright and then the 73 of Ollie Sims. Row 2, we've got Daniel Hudson starting from 4th, alongside him Tommy Sayer and Jason Laycock. Row 3, Max Feeney, Dax Almond and Ed Darnton, one of our academy riders. Row 4, we've got Farron Young, the Goon Squad rider. We've missing him for a few rounds. We've got Andy Goodsell and Archie Reynolds. Row 5, we have Max Rhodes, Steve Smith and Ricky Grimshaw. So there's a few riders to the tail end of the grid as well. We've also got Craig Louth out there, Rip Jennings, Cole Reynolds, Michael Whittam, Darryl Brett. It looks like we also had Tom Ellen showing up in our C group, and Tyler Clark potentially rounding out that group. So we will keep an eye out on this. If our timing is correct and Tom Elliman is in the C's, he will definitely be one to watch. So that track there is drying out lovely. It is definitely cracking the flags here at Pembury. We did have a quite significant downpour this morning as our riders were getting ready for riders briefing and qualifying. But I wouldn't be surprised if most of these riders now will have at least a slick rearing on those bikes. I know sometimes a lot of people go for a front wet in these conditions, try and offer a little bit more sort of security, especially with the off-road that we've got here. We'll keep an eye out, so we'll watch all these riders get themselves in position on our starting grid. So that looks like they're all in position there. We'll just wait for them to get under starters' orders. So quite a big grid here. We've got 22 riders out on track, but it is a fairly large circuit. So keeping an eye. I am trying to see if I can spot the 174 of Tom Elam, because I feel like he'll definitely be on a charge if he had a poor qualifying session. So we'll keep an eye out for that one. So there is the red flagged wave, point to the lights. And they're away. Looks like a good start there for the 111 of Duncan Wright, the Scotsman. He's had a fairly long journey down here to the south of Wales. And again, Ollie Sims there nipping up the inside of the 164 of Sean Jones. So they come through this quite fast section, across this broken concrete, and then round towards what is our first off-road section. So, as Chris was saying in Superpole, this has been a fast section where you come up over a jump, can send you a little bit sideways there with it being on a bit of a kink. So all these riders making their way through now. But it is Duncan Wright out in front from starting second on the grid. So he's making his way down this fast section of the track. It's a little bit greasy here, like we said. It is dragging the dirt onto the tarmac, and a few puddles there as well. And it looks like that was Jason Laycock's made a few positions up there on the first lap as well, so he looks like he's made his way up to 4th place. So Duncan finding his way across the exit of our second off-road section on board that TM, and then back round. So we'll keep an eye on our timing screen, so where these guys have all slotted in after this first lap. So Ollie Sims there on board that Honda in the bright, I believe that's red and green, so hard to miss him there. Saw him have a good day yesterday, and we've also seen him improving over our championship so far. So he is currently in second place, but he's definitely getting chased down by the 164 Cranking Racing Sean Jones, who's nipped up the inside there through the off-road. You can see just how bumpy it is for these riders, all of them trying to stand up, let the bike move under them. So that was a nice pass there for Jones as he heads out off the off-road. So he's now going to try and chase down Duncan Wright for that first place. But it doesn't look like Sims is going to let him have it easy, so he was there hard on the brakes trying to catch back up. So Jones managing to defend from the 73 of Sims, and then just behind Sims we've got the 159 Bathmate rider of Jason Laycock, you can see there, and then behind him I believe that's Max Feeney on board the number 3. He's also on a 250, so slightly underpowered here for this fast circuit here at Pembury. Definitely different to any of the circuits we've been to so far in our Trips UK British Supermoto Championship. So down this really fast section of the track, this long corner, Sims there with that knee down style, trying to keep as much of that tread of that tyre without cranking the bike over too much. But does that let him down through our off-road section? We'll see. So watching the bike there, you can see it's quite a wide section of the off-road here, so this is good opportunity for passing. Like we can see how Jones made the most of that. Then it looks like it is Tommy Sayer and Daniel Hudson there in 7th. But Duncan Wright, he's sort of hiding away at the front now with a gap of about 1.5 seconds. There's the 159 of Jason Laycock, so he'll now be trying to close that gap down to Sims. It looks like it's opened up slightly, and if he's not careful, I think it'll be Feeney trying to make a move on him here. So let's keep an eye on that one. So Laycock there, just tiptoeing around on that. I believe that's a Bathmate Racing Husqvarna machine that he's on board. And Feeney looking close to him, but this will be where he's at a disadvantage down this really fast section. So Laycock on a 450 compared to the 250 as Max, but look how much corner speed he carries with that knee down style. So Max here really keeping the pressure on. Can he capitalise on it if he's got the advantage going into the off-road? So Laycock sending him round the outside, not giving him an inch. Oh, Feeney not looking as comfortable through this off-road. Might be worth him trying to stand up a little bit more. There we go. Let the bike move under you. You can see there, Tommy Sayer behind him looking a lot more comfortable on the off-road compared to Feeney there, and he managed to close that gap. So see if Feeney's able to get on the brakes. Oh, he has. So he's managed to nip up the inside there. So great pass there for the number 3 of Max Feeney. So that takes him up to 4th place, and it looks like Tommy Sayer's wanted a bit of that action as well on board that KTM. He has nipped round the outside there of Laycock, so Laycock dropping 2 places there on that lap. But again, out in front, it's still Duncan Wright, but it is Sean Jones with the fastest lap of a 1:17.5, which is considerably faster than what these guys were doing in qualifying when it was wet. So track conditions always improving. I'm sure those slight damp patches will be burnt off with the sun we've got out there at the moment. And watch Feeney round this fast corner with that knee out style. You can see him pulling a gap there over the 16 of Tommy Sayer, so that riding style really suiting him on this circuit. And we'll watch now the gap to Ollie Sims, about a second, so see if he can claw back that time and maybe try and push on a little bit. You can see there Sims just making his way out of the off-road section. Sayer there, it looks like he's definitely making time up on Feeney through the off-road though. Now that battle for 4th place. There's the 16 of Tommy Sayer. Not looking quite as aggressive on the brakes there as Feeney was on that previous lap. So we'll watch, see if he's able to use this off-road section to close him down again. So over this jump, and then it's quite tricky to get on the brakes without trying to tuck the front, make that corner, and then again off the off-road. You can see even got a little bit of dust kicking up there, which is a good sign. So I'm sure the riders for our next group will be keeping a close eye on this one for track conditions. I'd be betting to say a lot of them will be putting them slicks straight back in. So Sayer there, is he able to find anything along this fast corner here? He looks like he's actually trying to keep those feet on the pegs, which from coming from an off-road background isn't something I'd quite expect, but if it's working for him, then good on him. It is still Duncan Wright out in front though, and he has managed to do a fastest lap on that last one, doing a 1:17.486. So there he is. So Sayer there, getting really close to Feeney as they come off that off-road. He's closing it up, and how he's letting that KTM move under him as he stood up there on the gas. This off-road section, like nothing else we've seen in the championship so far. We don't have any other off-road on the calendar that's quite as quick as this one. So definitely something different for these riders to contend with as well. You can see the gap back to Jason Laycock's opened up quite a bit now, so he's now possibly going to come under attack from Daniel Hudson on board that 44. I believe he's also on a TM. There's Sims, Feeney, and then Sayer just behind. Looks like they've settled into this one quite a bit now with 2 laps to go. So Sayer there, see if he keeps that knee out style there, not quite getting his knee down, but keeping the feet on the pegs, trying to keep all that tread of those tyres with the biggest contact patch you can. Be interesting to see which tyres these picked, whether they did go for a front wet, because if so, they could experience a little bit of juddering on such a fast corner. There's the 164 of Sean Jones. He's made a pass on Duncan Wright on that lap, so he's found something somewhere, because the gap was down to a half a second, so he's managed to nip by. Just coming up on a back marker there, that is the 771 of Darrell Brett there. He's currently in 14th place, so Jones there just trying to find a way by. So Darrell won't be wanting to get in the way of these two, battling it out for first and second. So looks like Duncan hasn't found a way past. There's the last lap flag for Jones, so he's now got to keep it together and keep it clean. Can he pinch this one from Wright in the very closing stages? Also worth mentioning that the top 2 for this race will also progress up to our Race IQ B Group Race 2 a little bit later on this afternoon. So Duncan might be thinking, might be worth just settling into this one. Another back marker there, that's the 197 of Rick Jennings. So another one of our riders on double duty today. So Jones nipping through the middle of Michael Whittam and Rip there. So is this going to allow Duncan to close up? I don't think it is. He's not able to get quite close enough. So it'd have to be a strong move on the brakes here, but that gap looks like it's opened up too much there on that last lap for him to be able to make a solid move. So Jones now coming into this off-road for the final time of asking. Watch the 111. Is he able to get close enough? I don't think he is. So there's that dust being kicked up, and Jones coming around the final corner for the final time. There's the checkered flag, and he takes a well-deserved win in our Contract Solutions C Group Race 1, and that was some great action to kick off our morning's racing here at Pembury. And we'll watch here our timing screen as they come and take the line. So Feeney managed to get Ollie Sims on that last lap, so we just missed that. So that promotes the number 3 of Max Feeney to 3rd, so he will be starting in pole position for our Contract Solutions C Group Race 2. So then it's Sims, Sayer, Hudson and Laycock also got pipped there in the closing stages. And we'll watch now. This should be the 671 coming through shortly. There he is, Steve Smith, one of our Goon Squad riders. He's having a good weekend as well. Then we've got the 139 of Ricky Grimshaw on board that Trips UK machine. And then, it's a drag to the line there between our two Academy riders, but it was the 58 of Max Rhodes, just pipping Tyler Clark to 10th. So Tyler coming across the line in a well-deserved 11th place. And there it is. There is our full results. As we see, it was Sean Jones taking the win from the 111 of Duncan Wright. It is getting a little bit dry, so it looks like we've also potentially got the water bowser maybe going out to maybe try and dampen it. Yeah. So here is our Race IQ B Group riders all in the holding area, and alongside me managed to pinch Chris Lambourne to come out and have a watch of some racing. So you'll have some teammates in this one, I'm sure. Yeah,
there's a couple in here, I think. I mean, you've got Slater, Jason Slater. He's in second. Paul Groom, I think he's fifth, but yeah, he's fifth by the look of it. Yes, it should be good. This is a good class, this. The lad's always trying to get up the front to get up into the A group. Yeah, it should be good. There's
Paul Groom there on the 138.
He wasn't so keen on the conditions this morning, but I think it's dried out a bit for him now, so should be a bit happier.
Yeah, looking at tyre choices there, a lot of them are in front wets on. Just watching our C group, it looks like the tarmac's fully dry.
Yeah, it does, yeah, definitely. I've just come from over the back there, and there's just a few puddles. So yesterday what we had was, it was a bit of a yo-yo effect. If you were on a slick rear, there was parts of the track where you'd gain on the guys with the wets, and then there was other parts where it was still a bit slidey, and then they'd catch you back up. So it was quite frustrating, actually. But, yeah, it made for good racing.
There is the 164 of Sean Jones and Duncan right there, shaking hands after a good race for our Contract Solutions C Group Race 1. So having a little bit of a chat, talking about where I was quicker than you here, you were quicker than me there. I'm sure that's what they're
they just had a good race, didn't they?
Yeah, good race from them too. So we will now wait until we can get the Race IQ B Group out on track.
I know they have a bit of a crossing point here, don't they, to let people in and out of the paddock, so I'm not sure if that causes a bit of a delay each time.
Yeah, sometimes, and I know we've had a few, because we're using tapes for our off-road sections, we've had a few sort of track repairs, re-putting up tapes that have caught on boots, but it looks like riders being let out now to go on their warm-up lap. So that is the 59 of Dan Billum, so he's in pole in our Race IQ B group, and I also believe he is leading our novice championship.
Yeah, so Dan's quite new to it, and for him to qualify on pole there is brilliant. He does go really well when it is slippery and slidey, so yeah, it's obviously suited him this morning. Hopefully he can stay there.
Yeah, so row 1, we've got the 59 of Dan Billum, alongside him the Trips UK rider Jason Slater. Then we've got Neil Meelan and Luke Armitage. Row 2, we've got Paul Groom, Darren Lee, Craig Forshaw and Kevin Crowthers. Then row 3, we have Paul Reynolds, Adrian Dealey, Mark Stevens and Dean Clark. Good qualifying for Dean there. Row 4, we have Jamie Wrigglesworth. He had a great day yesterday and was also our rider of the day. Eddie Rushforth, James Wood and Dave Spafford. So, this will be the first time these guys have been out on this sort of direction of the track, with it being relatively dry as well, so it'll all be new, so they'll all be trying to get their bearings on this warm-up lap. See there, we've even got dust kicking up now.
Yeah, I know, yeah, it's crazy. Considering 2 hours ago, the Evans literally opened here and it was bouncing up off the tarmac, and now, yeah, as you can see, it's all dried up. It's just crazy. But it is windy, it's warm and windy, it's a little bit muggy too, really, so yeah, it's ideal for drying a track.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely managed to dry that. As well as the super lights that we also have here at our championship, they are able to splash puddles away quite helpfully.
Yeah, and they sort of skid across the track, don't they? So yeah, it's they do clear a good track.
So we'll watch these riders take their positions. So there is Dan Billum on pole.
Be quite a fast start straight into a first corner, isn't it, this track?
Yeah, it is. We watched this from our C Group Race 1, and everyone threw nice and cleanly.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a fast first corner here. A lot like sort of Teesside going into South Bank as well.
Yeah, that's another fast one. You have to be a bit careful. But I think everyone's pretty conscious of that, and, no one's, fingers crossed, going to do anything too silly.
Well, we do hope so. So we'll watch now as these riders will get under starters' orders.
You can see it's on a bit of a curve here, because you can see 101, Neil Meelan's facing a little bit of a different direction, but he's going to go.
So there we go. They're off. Looked like a good start there for Jason Slater.
Yeah, and Paul Groom. He's going either side of Dan Billum there.
Yeah, so nipped up the inside and the outside of Dan. So
he's in brilliant start there from Paul, 138.
Yeah, Neil Meelan there getting a good start as well, slotting into second behind the 138 of Paul Groom as they head round to the first off-road section.
He also had a good day yesterday, Neil, 101.
He did. He had a really good day. He had a bit of an off at Teesside and missed Rowra, but he's definitely been showing some really good speed so far at the start of this championship.
Yeah, he has. Here he goes.
He's all over the back of him, isn't he? Is he going to have a cheeky move up the inside?
No, he's thought about that one there.
Yeah, Groom not leaving him much space on the inside there either. So is he going to try on the dirt? He is.
See, yeah, that's it. I mean, Paul's good on the dirt. He comes from a motocross background, so he's one of the more confident ones on the dirt.
He is, and I don't believe Neil Meelan does come from an off-road background, but he doesn't seem to be slowing him down anyway.
No, that's right. He does actually do motocross. We see him at a meeting last weekend. So yeah, he's getting better, definitely. And it's a good start from Paul Reynolds, number 10.
Yeah, great start from him to get up to third place. So he's come from ninth in qualifying.
Ninth, so yeah, he's good. That's good from him, definitely.
So I do believe this circuit will be suiting Paul Reynolds with that sort of knee-down style that he has.
Yeah, he likes fast tarmac.
Yeah, so Neil as well. So he's caught right back up on the 138 of Groom there.
He is, yeah, definitely. He's doing really well. So
it's Groom able to just sort of pull away ever so slightly. No, he's sending...
Oh, that's, yeah.
Kicked out there a bit.
Oh, and there. That's the rough bit. That's where it was rough yesterday, leading on to it. So now they're getting bumped about coming off. Yeah, there's some nasty bumps there. It's almost like a sandy ground. It's really strange, really soft.
Meelan looking like he's really going for a move here up the inside. Is he able to carry enough speed to get that front wheel in front?
Yeah,
He
he's
is.
done it, yeah. Fair play.
Yeah, great move there from the 101 Goon Squad rider of Neil Meelan there. So that was the pass for the lead. And then it is the 138 Paul Groom. And then just in the background there, you can see Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds on board his Husqvarna.
See, it'd be interesting to see now whether Neil can pull away, because it's a lot harder to lead. If you're leading, you've not got a marker.
Little look over there.
Give them a bit of a look there. They get on well, so... they was together last night when we was watching the band.
Yeah, so Meelan there went a little bit wide, and that allowed Groom just to nip back up the inside and have a look over. I'm sure there'll have been a cheeky, here I am.
I think Neil's still got a rear wetting, I believe. I spoke to him a couple of minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and he said, no, I'm not changing it, but whether he has or not, he must have done, because he's keeping up fine. He's overtaking him on the tarmac, so...
Yeah, so and then we can see that, is that Craig Forshaw there in the mix?
Yeah, that looked like Craig Forshaw and Kev Carruthers, I think.
Yeah,
so a good race.
They're in a good battle there. I believe that's for 7th and 8th there. Then we've got Darren Lee making a bit of a comeback. He's not raced with us so far this season.
Not seen him this year, have we?
No, so Darren on board his Husqvarna.
You can see the bikes there where they're under power coming coming off the dirt. The rears like slide around, and then when it grips the tarmac, it all sort of straightens up and away they go again. But that's brilliant from Paul there, number 10.
Yeah, Paul Groom up to 3rd, and then it is 51 of Jason Slater. Is he able to find anything on Reynolds here? So I think Reynolds will likely have the advantage on him here on the tarmac.
And Luke Armitage there in 5th. I believe he has a 254 stroke, his bike.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
He had a good race yesterday, then I think he binned it in first.
He did. He was leading. He was in front of me. It was a big crash, yeah. But he was out for the next one. It was just here, actually. But I thought it was a 250. I might be wrong.
Yeah, so I know he had a really good race yesterday. And like you say, he did come back for the final race of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's young and so he bounces still. Not like us.
So there's Nealon. I wouldn't say he's pulled away from Groom. He definitely can't make a mistake. Got to keep it nice and tidy.
Yeah. Now I don't know whether Paul will think I'm all right here. This, I've qualified up sort of thing. Maybe
he might settle into it a little bit more.
Yeah. I don't know. He's got 3.5 seconds there back to Paul Reynolds.
Yeah, about a 3.5 second gap there. But then it is the 51 of Jason Slater that's sort of closing in there on Reynolds. So there's nothing between those either.
Could be interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Kev Crowds has a little bit of a issue on that one, so he's dropping down our order.
He must have pulled in.
Yeah, so he's dropped down to 14th on our timing screen at the moment, so it looks like he's had an issue somewhere on board that Bathmate machine. Ooh, bit of a moment there for Groom.
Yeah, so I think those ruts are still from yesterday, so they're using, obviously he was going the opposite way, but it seemed to be the preferred, that inside line.
Oh, it looks like Armitage there up to third, so wonder if Reynolds and Slater have had a bit of a coming together and Armitage has capitalised on that one.
It wouldn't surprise me.
No.
It wouldn't surprise me if something's happened there.
It does always seem to be, if there's drama, Slater's on the floor somewhere.
Yes. Yeah, he is. He keeps the marshals' flags waving busy anyway, so...
Yeah, because he's not there, is he?
No. Something's definitely...
Something's definitely happened, so we'll keep an eye on our timing screen, see where they slot in. Hopefully they've rejoined.
Yeah. I believe he's coming in. I hope there's some good batteries in this mic, because he likes to chat. Jason.
We got him in. We had to call him down to the pit office at the last round. He was quite worried if he was in trouble, and I said no, it was just crimes against fashion with those boots.
Oh right, yeah, I know. Yeah, he likes his bright colours, the lad.
Well, at least you can spot him when he's on floor.
You can spot him, yeah, that's true.
But that has promoted Luke Armitage up to third, which if he stays where he is for the time being, it'll put him on pole. Yeah, both Paul Reynolds and Jason Slater have gone to the back now, so I'd have said there was definitely a bit of commotion somewhere. So Luke Armitage definitely capitalised there, and he's got a good gap back to fourth as well. So yeah, he can sort of settle into that one now, and that will put him on pole for our Race IQ B Group Race 2.
Yeah.
So that's a good place to be.
In 8th place, Adrian Dealey, 555. He's having a good ride. He was sort of tail end of this class yesterday, and he's having a good battle there, around 4 or 5 of them. So good day for him as well. He's from off-road background, I believe. Yeah, I think he does a bit of motocross and enduro, and he's sort of come from that background. Yeah. Also sponsoring our meeting this time. That's it. Oh, Groom up the inside again. He likes that corner there. Yeah, no, he's definitely got the better of him there, so that's good. So outbraking, that is probably the best outbraking part of this track, I'd say, because a lot of the corners are quite flowing. Yeah. As where that one, you do break down to almost a stop, so if you're going to do that, that's where it's going to happen. So Milan's now got all the work to do again if he wants to try and take a win. A little bit wide there. Yeah. It's fast there. It's hard to appreciate it really, but if you've got sort of slick tyres, and even the wet tyres are only lightly treaded, and you're going sort of 4th gear quite quick through that grass, and now it's got the bumps in it, it's yeah, keeps you awake anyway. Also something to consider is arm pump. Yes. I think it's fair to say a lot of these riders aren't all in the flush of youth. No. So arm pump and getting a little bit more tired towards the tail end of these races might actually come into it a little bit. Definitely. So maybe you could say Twilight. Twilight side of the career. Yes, it looked like Neil got onto Paul there, coming onto that straight, but dropped back, so maybe he just went in quick and come out slow sort of thing. Yeah, he's not able to get out of that corner as quick, is he? No, I think he's... So you can sort of, it's easy to rush in, but that makes you slow out. If you can calm down going in a little bit, sometimes it helps, but it's easy for me to sit here and say that, isn't it? Easier for you, I wasn't even out yesterday. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I didn't see you out there. So... Oh, he's looking up the inside. Yes. They're having a good race, these two out at the front.
Yeah, and looking at our timing, so Jason Slater and Paul Reynolds have definitely rejoined after whatever commotion they had. They've managed to find a way past the number 6 of Dean Clark. Looking at lap times, it looks like Dean might be struggling slightly now that the track's dried out.
Yeah, it looked like he was shining maybe when it was a bit slippery this morning. I'm sure if we speak to Paul or Jason, we'll get different views of the event anyway.
Try and get some drama while we're over lunch, find out what happened there.
Yeah, of course.
Darren Lee's managed to improve, so he's now up to 4th place, about a 9-second gap back to Armitage.
Yeah.
But he has found a way past the 58 of Foreshore,
Yeah, see, Foreshore's, he's more tarmac preference. He doesn't enjoy the dirt as much. So he does better. The more tarmac, the further up he is generally.
Yeah, it's a tricky off-road as well, though.
It is.
Nothing like anything else. So, like, compared to Teesside, which is very technical.
Yeah, it's a funny off-road. Like I say, it's really quick. Like this here is quick. But you don't want to go much quicker across wet grass anyway with slip wheels.
So Milan there really closing the gap, and it is the last lap. So
yeah, I think it'll be happy enough there personally, but you never know.
See if we've seen him try a few times up this side, and Graham closes the door on him, which he looks like he has done just there.
He's good out of here and up to to the last corner, isn't he? But I think it might be. Oh no, he's not having this time.
No, he's settling for second there, I think.
Yeah, no, good ride from both of them. Had a good little race there.
Yeah, and to put them both into the A's for our second race of the day, that's a great sort of ride for them and for their respective championships as well.
Who's that cruising there? Is that?
That's Armitage, so a nice easy 3rd place for him.
It looked like he maybe caught up a bit there then.
There's the 741 of Darren Lee. Foreshore.
And Billum, he's having a good ride. He's doing well.
Yeah, started on pole for this one, so he's probably a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, granted, yeah, he wouldn't be overly pleased with that, I suppose.
There is Mark Stevens, I believe that was crossing the line, then Kev Crowthers and Jamie Wrigglesworth.
Yeah, he did really well, and Dealey. He did really well yesterday, Jamie, very good.
There's Slater there crossing the line.
And Paul Reynolds. I can visualise what's happened there. I know what's happened there. I don't even have to ask them. But yeah, good race all through there. Look,
good racing in our Race IQ B Group Race 1.
Yep, brilliant.
So I'm sure we'll have our race results come up so we can see. There they are. So it was Paul Groom that managed to take the win from the 101 of Neil Meelan. So those two riders we'll see at the back of our A Group race for race 2. Then it was Luke Armitage in 3rd, Darren Lee 4th, Craig Foreshore 5th, Dan Billum 6th, Mark Stevens 7th, Kevin Crowthers 8th, Jamie Wrigglesworth 9th, Adrian Dealey in 10th. So I think that was a good race.
Very good, yeah. Really good. The front two had a good race. Luke Armitage was a bit on his own, but then there was a couple of 3 groups of 3 or 4 as you work your way down. Yeah, they had a good ride. It's always better if you can be around people and have a bit of to-in and throw-in, and if you're out on your own, you tend to not enjoy it quite as much.
Yeah, it can be good for lap times, having clear track and
definitely,
doing your own thing and not having to defend.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
they'll be wanting to go back for a drink now.
Yeah, so they'll be going back. I always do find it quite funny watching them try and put the bikes on the stands. I know I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't, but yeah.
I know. Well, the good thing is they've all remembered, because it's really easy after your race to just shoot back to your van, and then you get chased down.
He's got a rear wet on there.
Yeah.
He's got one of those Metzler rear wets on by the looks of that.
Yeah, look good. And I don't know if, like I say, Neil said he wasn't changing it, but he was good on the tarmac there. So
Groomy there definitely with a front wet, but then it looks like Meelan's got full slicks.
Yeah, it does. You're right. Yeah, so he's talking complete wallop to me.
He was just winding you up. That's what that was. Wind you up.
Yeah. No, he enjoys his racing, Neil. Yeah, he's a nice fella. Him and his wife come along, enjoy the event as a whole. Yeah, he has. Yeah, and I think Paul. Yeah, that's a front wet on Paul's. So you got a bit of a mix there. You got a set of slicks. You got Paul with front wet, rear slick, and then looks like Luke's got full wet. So there you go.
Yeah.
It's what you, when it's a bit greasy and stuff, it's what you feel more confident on as well, you know.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So both Paul Groom and Neil Mealing there had the rear slick. There is the number 7 Jamie Duncan, who's on pole for this after putting a cracking lap together for Superpole.
Yeah, really good. He was about a second faster, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, he is currently sat 4th in our Trips UK ACU British Supermoto Championship. So, on pole, we've got Jamie Duncan. Alongside him is Chris Hodgson and Alex Mullaney. Then we also had Harley Sharp making an appearance in Superpole as well. Then we've got Lee Williams on row 2, Richard Sharp, Richard Blakeman and Dean Hillier in a strong 8th place. Then Trips UK team boss Chris Walker in 9th, Andy Mitchell 10th, Jake Sayer in 11th and Ollie Holmes in 12th. And then rounding out our A group, we have Simon Burgess, Kyle Eccleston, Darryl Pennington and Josh Jasper.
That's a good qualifying there from Simon Burgess, who's normally sort of front of the bees at the start of the racing. So he's done well to leap straight there. And Jake Sayer, he's also a clubman rider.
Yeah.
Yeah, good qualifying.
Yeah, Jake's currently leading our Clubman Championship, and it is Simon Burgess in 2nd. So
right.
It's good to see them both in the same race.
Yes,
that not one's not completely out-qualified the other.
Yeah, no, it's good. And they're not miles apart on the start line there, so yeah. Should have a good ride between them.
Yeah. Be good to see if Alex Mullaney can improve on his 3rd place. No, he rode really, really well yesterday. So did Chris Hodgson in that final one after having bike gremlins all day.
Yeah, and we had a lot of rain yesterday at one point, and Chris's wet bike had a problem. So he went out on his dry bike. So he had cold slicks in the pouring rain. So yeah, that wasn't his finest 15 minutes. He don't think he enjoyed that too much.
No, I did watch, and I actually commented saying, I wonder if the reason he's so far behind is because he's on slicks.
Yeah.
And another marshal went, no, he can't be. He's too stable around that corner.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, he might be.
Yeah, and it was pouring down as well. It was.
It wasn't just a bit of mental rain.
No, definitely not. It was definitely raining. So yeah, it should be a good race this.
Yeah.
Harley's. I've spoke to him. He's buzzing about his 4th. That's the best he's ever qualified. First time. Here we go.
First time in Superpole. So under starters' orders, and they're away. Look, a good start there for Jamie Duncan. There, trying to keep that front wheel down.
Chris is. Yeah, he's quick up through there.
Is he able to sneak up the inside of Alex? He is. Stood him up ever so slightly there. Just nipped up the inside. On board that TM Leeds 450. But it is still Jamie Duncan that leads into the off-road for the first time.
I think that's Harley Sharp in 4th, and then his dad, Richard, is 5th there.
Yeah.
And then you've got our other teammate there, the boss man, Chris Walker. He's in 6th there and 7th.
He's been having a good weekend as well, watching Chris.
Really good,
Looked really fast.
He had a bit of an off yesterday and got run over. It wasn't the person's fault to run him over, he just couldn't stop because he was on wet grass. But so he's a bit stiff, but he had a good day.
I think it might have been Chris that ran him over. I think he did go to apologise, bless him.
I wasn't going to say that, but yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, Chris said he had nowhere to go.
No, that's right. You can't brake hard on wet grass, and you can't swerve drastically. You just... it happens, you know.
Yeah, so, but again, Jamie Duncan out in front, so he was saying to me earlier he's really enjoying this track so far. There's no other track where he can go flat out on off-road.
No, but you've seen there, Chris has turned in and just got a much more drive out of a tighter line out of the corner there, and that's how he's managed to get him past him out that straight. So just a good bit of cornering there from Chris. Jamie went right over to the other side, so yeah, no, it's good.
Oh, bit of a mistake there.
Yeah. The trouble with these slick tyres is when it starts to go, as you know, Danielle, sometimes there's nothing you can do. It's gone.
Sometimes if it goes, it will bring itself back.
Yes.
And going so fast, it's hard to think that.
It is, yeah. You're like, oh.
And if you shut off, you sort of get a bit of a tank slapper on as well.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's best to just try and stay on the gas.
It is, yeah. If you can.
Rich has found a way past son Harley there, so he's up to 4th.
Yeah, he's going well. So
It's third. He's managed to find a way past Mulaney there on the off-road.
he has. He was second overall yesterday. Had a good day.
Yeah, he was really consistent. So
He was.
Don't believe he had any race wins, but with sort of how higgledy-piggledy it was with our other riders, his consistency paid off.
It is. See, now there's a gap there already, so I didn't quite catch what happened in that bit of dirt. But yeah, he's gapped Alex there, and Harley. They're both good friends, both in the under-21s.
Yeah, so...
First and second in the under-21s, I believe.
Yeah, Mulaney leading the under-21 championship, but it is Richard Sharp now chasing down the 7 of Jamie Duncan, and he is currently fastest on track, doing a 109.8.
Yeah, it's a good lap. He'll be keen to get past Jamie there. They're normally fairly similar.
So it looks like our timing screen's actually missing Chris Hodgson at the moment.
Yeah.
So he is out in front, and looking at the gap he's pulling at the moment, it may be the case that he is currently pulling that fastest lap.
Yeah, Alex definitely messed up there because he lost. Oh, I see now. I spoke to Sharpie. He's just gone too fast over that jump there. I said to him, "What's happening over that jump?" He said, "I keep hitting it too quick," which is meaning he can't stop for the left because it's wet grass, and that's what's happened there.
Yeah.
So he's lost a bit of time on Jamie. So he's got to do it all again now.
Yeah, try and reel him back in.
Simon Burgess is 7th. Is that right?
Well, he'd technically be 8th with Chris,
Sorry, 8th, but yeah, brilliant.
And he's in front of Jake Sayer, so Clubman Championship-wise, that's a really good pass.
Yeah, he's doing really well there. Yeah, really good.
So, Jamie Duncan there on board that fat and fast KTM. So he's definitely being kept under pressure from Trips UK rider Richard Sharp. Harley still holding a very respectable 4th place, though.
Yeah, very good, yeah. See, Sharp's caught him back up there. If he can just calm himself down a bit over that jump. See, he's motocross background, Sharp. He's confident on the dirt. Well, he's confident on the tarmac as well. But he does enjoy the dirt, so see if he can... His bike was kicking out a lot in qualifying over there, but yeah, looks like he's chilled out a bit there. That's good. Yeah,
he's definitely stayed all over the back of him and kept that gap.
I would think that one of his favourite places is going to be down into this right, because he's good on the brakes, is Sharp, so if Jamie leaves him a bit of room, if he's close enough he'll have a go, but
not quite close enough. He's sending him the long way around either way.
See, if he can go tight there, he might get the drive on him up here, you see.
A little bit of a look over the shoulder there from Duncan. He's really hugging that inside.
Yeah, that's fast, that corner. That is quick. And then here, see this bit of concrete? That's really, really slippery. And it's got like a black paint repair stuff on it. And if you hit that, you're all over the show. So that little bit of concrete there that links them two tracks up is quite difficult.
Yeah, so far we've not seen anyone
Alex is coming
down. Yeah, Alex up to 3rd, well 4th. We're ignoring Hodgson.
Where is Chris? Is he gone? Not gone, is he?
He's gone.
Right.
He's gone. He's out in front. Just taking a peek out of you can see him there just exiting our off-road.
Alex is going to be keen to catch up here. And Harley's still there, so Harley's 5th still.
Yeah, Harley doing a 111.4 on that last lap, which is also very similar to what Jamie Duncan's doing, with Richard Sharp doing a 109. So Sharpie's definitely found something that's giving him nearly a 2-second advantage there.
Yeah, really good. Alex has flashed up.
He has just done a fastest lap there of a 109.8. That's not taking into consideration Chris Hodgson.
Yeah, not sure what's happening. Maybe it's transponder.
Yeah,
this bit was slippery. That's the bit there I was talking about.
Yeah, on that broken concrete.
Yeah, totally different sort of grip.
I suppose it's a bit different to some of the other circuits we go to that are more
sharp.
Sideways.
Yeah. Oh, and Alex.
Both of them there, synchronised sliding. But compared to some of the other circuits we go to, this isn't a karting circuit, so the rubber that's laid down at Rowra, they've not really got that to contend with.
So we've come from Rowra at the last round, and as you could probably see, it was a lot tighter. This is a lot bigger place. It's an old airfield, so the track's a lot faster than the tarmac, a lot more swooping. We get bits like this, like a shaly area. Then you're coming onto this here. So yeah, it's a lot quicker tarmac than we had last round.
Yeah, and change is good.
Yes, definitely.
It gives the riders that prefer this type of thing a little bit of an advantage, and the riders that are more sort of technical and tight.
And it's the idea of the sport, really. You know, you've got sort of dirt, tarmac, tight, fast. That's the sort of... It's meant to combine everything, so it's good that we do have variation.
Yeah, Sharp made a little bit of a mistake there coming out of that tight corner. I think he just clipped the tyres and stood himself up, so that's allowed a slight bit of breathing room for Duncan, but not very much. So...
Andy Mitchell there in 7th. Oh, here we go. Is he up the...
Is he up the inside?
It looks... Yes.
Yeah.
Well done, Sharp. Good move.
Yeah, good clean pass there from the 217 of Richard Sharp, also the leader of our over 45 championship at the moment.
Yeah. He's leading the way on that one.
So, will Sharp be able to break away now in second, or will Duncan now be able to tag on the back of him? Looks like Mulaney's dropped off a bit as well there, so last lap doing a 1:12.
Ooh.
So he's made a mistake somewhere.
So in 5th and 6th you've got Chris Walker and Dean Hillier. Now, they was connected all day yesterday. They couldn't seem to get away from each other, so it looks like we got the same repeat today with that one. They had some good races, a bit tight here and there, but yeah.
And we know Dean Hillier is notoriously difficult to try and pass.
Yeah.
He's always puts his bike exactly where it needs to be.
Yeah, he does. And neither of them like yielding much, so yeah, they don't give each other much room.
Yeah. Well, feet off the pegs there for Sharp.
That looks like a bit of a problem area there, because that's not the first time that's happened. And like I say, Sharp's very competent on the off-road, so...
Yeah, so strange to see Jamie didn't capitalise on it, so whether he can see what Richard's hitting and not able to sort of keep on the gas when his legs everywhere.
So Chris Hodgson's flashed up in 15th now, so yeah, there's a bit of a problem with his transponder, isn't there?
Yeah, we've definitely seen him out in front. There's the 100 of Alex Mulaney.
And it's Harley, real good ride on his own there.
Yeah, in what would be 5th place.
Oh, so it looks like there's Hillier and Walker.
Yeah, so we've got Hillier, Walker and Mitchell.
Andy Mitchell, yeah. So Mitchell's leading our Super Vets, which is over 55, is it?
Yeah, over 55. That's one of our Saturday championships.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
He's currently 3rd in our over 45.
Right,
so
okay.
It is Sharp, Walker and Mitchell, our top 3 in that championship.
I know Chris would be quite keen to, when it's hot there, quite keen to get back up and get into a Dean here. He had a bit of bike trouble this morning. Looks like they've got it sorted.
Yeah, taking quite a wide line there through that fast section.
Yeah. Chris's off-road background, schoolboy motocross. Been doing Supermoto. Well, he did Supermoto probably 15 years ago. And he's back again now, as keen as ever, actually.
Yeah, I think that's good to see, and he's also brought a lot to the sport and to Supermoto and to our championship.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. No, he's keen for it. He helps out prepping some tracks, and yeah, it's good.
There's the last lap flag out, so there is Richard Sharp, currently sat in 2nd place to Chris Hodgson.
Looks like he hit his shoulder on the tyre there.
Yeah, he did that a lap before, and it cost him slightly. But it doesn't look like Duncan's quite close enough to be able to capitalise.
Not yet. We've got to go through this dirt, which closes them up. Sharp, hope he can get through a bit cleaner this time. Still Simon Burgess, good ride there. Simon Burgess and Jake Sayer, 9th, 10th together, I see.
Yeah, so they're together. I believe they're just going through our 2nd off-road as we speak. It looks like we've had an issue for the 54 of Richard Blakeman, currently down in 14th.
Yeah, no, see, he's normally a top 5 guy.
Yeah, Lee Williams in 8th as well. He had a really good day yesterday, but not quite where he'd want to be today, I don't think. But back with our leader, 74, Chris Hodgson.
It's close with Duncan and Sharp. I just see in the background of the screen there.
Yeah, so a little bit of a wheelie there as he comes off the off-road. Steady away.
Nice steady win there. It does make it look easy. It's a bit annoying, really.
Oh, it is, isn't it? There we go. Lovely wheelie across the line there from 74 of Chris Hodgson.
Yeah.
And then
Sharp still got him.
Yeah, Richard Sharp just pips Jamie Duncan there across the line.
That's a brilliant result for Harley. If he should be next guy through, shouldn't he?
Yeah, oh, it should be Alex Mullaney.
Sorry, yes.
There he is.
There's Alex, yeah. There's the third.
So Alex, so technically fourth with Chris. Then it's Harley there in fifth. That's, I think, Kyle Eccleston.
Just got lapped,
yeah, 15th there for Kyle.
Oh, that was close there across the line. I think I could see Walker trying to...
yeah, it was Hillier that just pipped him. Just pipped him. It was 0.25 across the line there between them two.
I could see. It looked like Hillier had sort of thought he had enough room to sort of coast it in there.
Yeah, so Andy Mitchell was 7th, and we've just seen Lou Williams cross the line. And there's that battle for our Clubman Championship.
Yes, good ride there by Simon.
And then Blakeman there, so he's managed to find his way back up to what would be 12th place. There's Ollie Holmes, Josh Jasper. So that was a good race.
Yeah, definitely.
Plenty of overtakes.
Yeah, good A group race there.
So there is our overall for this Trips UK British Supermoto Group A Race 1.
So Danielle's just shooting off there down to see the guys after their race. Should be down there. It's actually a bit of a trek, actually. She's going to have to run, which isn't ideal. But yeah, we've lost her for a minute. She'll be back on the screen in 2 secs, I'd have thought. So yeah, we can see, just looking at the track there, we've still got that puddle just leading onto that dirt. Everyone seems to have avoided that, so that's quite good. Yeah, the track's dried right out now. Looks really good. So if the rain just stays away, which we sort of prayed a load of that yesterday and it didn't really happen, but should be alright for stop messing around changing wheels and tyres every 10 minutes. There's Jamie there, just getting his bike on. Good ride for third place. Sharpie's probably forgotten and gone back to the tent. There's Chris. He's got someone helping him. No drink. Ah, there he is. So Sharp's made it back there, that's good. Good ride there. Chris got out in front and yeah, just steady away. It's actually still quite muggy outside. It looks like a grey cold day, but it's actually not. Which is why the track's doing well drying out, so it helps. See Jamie's there, just took his chest protector off. Oh, here we go. Danielle's turned up now.
We're here with Jamie Duncan. So, finished third in that one. Our timing, you were actually showing us second. But yeah, a well-deserved third place. Notice that off-road's looking a little bit rough now.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit rough, especially on the exit. It's just kind of lift the front wheel and hope for the best. Try and miss the 2 tyres either side of you. But no, the off-road's spot on. To be fair, it's my best off-road this year. Fifth gear flat out through the off-road, you don't get to do that anywhere else. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I did say that you were enjoying the off-road. The tarmac's also really fast, so we saw Chris Hodgson just nip up the inside of you there. Any changes you're going to be making for race 2?
No, not really. Just need to try a bit harder. I made a mistake in that off-road going in it, and Sharpie managed to get up the inside of me. But on the laps after, when I was following him, I felt like I was catching him through the off-road. But he's gapping me at this finish corner. He's so wide coming in that finish corner, it's hard to try and make a move on him there. But yeah, just have to see how it goes in this next one.
So we've got a quick word with Richard Sharp. So, Richard, a very well fought for second place in that one. You were quite out-qualified by your son Harley. Managed to show him a few things in that one.
Yeah, obviously qualifying were really slippy, so Harley likes it in the wet conditions. I prefer it bone dry, so yeah, happy with that. Happy with second. Me and Jamie had a good race. Alex stalled it, I think, about third or fourth lap, so I'm lucky for him, but yeah, glad to catch him and pass him. Good race.
And then Chris, so no more bike gremlins hopefully for today. We know we had a few yesterday. But yeah, great ride there, dominated out in front.
Yeah, you know, just the plan as always, get out early on and get that gap and just try and maintain it. But yeah, like you say, it's been a challenging weekend for us all. You know, we've got Vladimiro and Giovanni over from Italy, and sadly on the way over, Vladimiro found out that he'd lost his dad. So yeah, this one's for his dad, for Primo.
That's really nice to hear. So we'll be keeping an eye out on race 2. I'm sure you'll be wanting to do the same again. And I will try and get back now for our Academy race 1.
Right, so we've got our lads coming out onto the track now. So these bikes are 85cc, and they've got sort of a moped style wheel. They're slick. They've got slicks and wets like the bigger bikes. It's a sort of introduction class. It's good, well supported. I think the laddie there on pole is that. Yeah, number 41. That's Archie Reynolds there in third. It looks like he is number 5. And his little brother I see in the background, Cole, number 10. These boys love it. It's brilliant. They go really well. I mean, on a big track like this, I mean, the bikes are revving away, but yeah, when on the small, tighter stuff, they put in some really good times. It's good to see. A few more just coming in there now. Trying to grid them up. Getting ready to go. So I think we've got about 10, 12.
So I think I've timed that quite well.
You've done very well there, yeah. So this, off they go. He nearly lost a little bit there, number 41, but he's gone. Archie's got a good start there.
Yeah, Ed Darnton there getting a good start. He's dominated this championship so far. So it looks like a good start there for the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, son of Paul Reynolds, our Automotive Solutions Academy rider. So he's up to second, then it's Tyler Clark in third. So these guys have been battling it out all championship so far.
Yeah, no, they're definitely the front boys. Yes, a good start there by Archie.
Yeah, so Darnton there, already pulling a slight gap there on the number 5 of Reynolds. A little pop of the wheelie and a little look over the shoulder.
Making sure he's not right behind him, definitely.
Yeah.
Looks like he keeps nodding his head as if he's got dirt in his goggles or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know they do like to have a look, and they're all really good friends in this group as well.
Yeah, they'll get on well, definitely.
Oh,
no.
Oh, big one there for the 6 of Tyler Clark, but he's jumping straight back up.
Yeah, he'll bounce. He'll definitely bounce. But
Reynolds did well there to not become collateral on that one as well, managing to just miss that.
Yeah, so it looked like he'd gone over them bumps there, and where it's a slippery, it's just kicked out on him, and once it goes, and yeah, that's unfortunately not ideal for him.
No, but he was getting straight back up, so hopefully he rejoins. So that is still Archie Reynolds now in second, and then that's promoted Max Rhodes up to third. So here's our Bathmate replay of that one.
Oh, yeah.
Feet off the pegs when he landed, and there was nothing much he could do.
No, that was him. That was him done there, and that's done Darnton a favour, because that's given him a good gap there where Archie got sort of stuck behind him a bit after the fall, trying to avoid the bike. So, yeah, he definitely come off well with that.
Definitely tell there's a big inside rut there.
There is. You can see the small. I think are they 10-inch or 12-inch tyres or something?
Yeah, I think they're on 12s.
And you lose it there in that rut. So I know yesterday that rut they're in, it was good and you could use it well, but it was really slippery. So it's probably the same. So they're probably coming on the power, which is why their feet are getting thrown about a bit, as we saw in the last A race there. But Archie's. Oh no, there's another one's come off there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's still for Tyler. So it's a stationary yellow there. Yeah, is that Tyler or one of our other riders potentially?
I think someone else, I'm not sure. Yeah, so we're following Archie.
Yeah, so Archie currently in second. Is Max able to potentially close a gap on this one. Yeah, it's definitely Tyler Clark. I think he's struggling to get that bike going.
And then we've got
unfortunately.
Josh Walker's in 5th, is he?
He, on our time, he was showing as 6th. And it also looks like we've had a change for 3rd place with the number 10 of Cole Reynolds.
Yeah, Cole Reynolds is in 3rd, is he?
Yeah, by the looks of it. We've got Cole that made a move.
That's Archie, who's in 2nd. That's his little brother.
It is, yeah.
And that's probably Archie's bike from last year. Archie's leathers, Archie's helmet. He sort of gets all Archie's stuff. But, yeah, he's a great kid, Cole. He's he doesn't care.
Oh, honestly, and watching... So all these riders have improved leaps and bounds, but with Cole being sort of so small... And
he is very small.
He's very small. Watching, he's definitely progressed over these last 2 seasons.
He's crazy. He don't care. Definitely not.
At least he's got a good teacher as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a good teacher. Can't see the lad behind him there.
Yeah, it looks like Max Rhodes has gone down, so he's currently showing in 7th now.
Yeah, so this is brilliant for Cole, definitely.
Yeah, so this may be one of his best results so far.
I don't watch every race these lads do, but I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure 3rd, he'll be buzzing with that, definitely.
Yeah, so there's Cole Reynolds there in 3rd, and then behind him is Rip Jennings. So his dad was Rich Jennings, who used to race with a few years ago. There is Jackson Nuttall.
This is what I'm saying about the lap times. I mean, these lads are doing 121s. And the faster, like the top adult guys are sort of 109, 110. So, I mean, even though that is quite a big difference, you've got to remember they're on 85cc 2-stroke bikes. Yeah, it's a totally different ball game for them. So they do well. They're flying around. Yeah,
the corner speed some of these guys can carry is amazing.
It is, yeah. And if you think a bump that's big on a big bike is a really big bump on a small bike, so through that bit there, they're doing well.
Yeah, looking at the gap there to the number 41 of Ed Darnton, it doesn't look quite as dominating as we've seen it.
No, definitely not. It's not pulling out too much at all, is he, really?
No, I wondered if maybe come up on back markers or if he's just settling into this slightly, but Reynolds there still definitely on a charge.
Yeah.
So we'll end up with both the Reynolds brothers on the podium if it stays as it is.
So that'll, even though Paul had a bit of a disaster, it seems like in that first race there, this will perk him up. Both his lads on the podium, definitely.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be dead chuffed with that one, so he'll be stood at the sidelines watching and cheering them both on.
He will, yeah. Oh, bit of smoke there from the tyre. I'm not sure if they have slipper clutches in these, do they?
I don't think they do.
No, I know little Josh Walker, he hasn't got one. And we've just managed to get a quick shifter on his bike, but then he wasn't so keen on it, and he wanted it unplugged, so his dad Chris went to the rigmarole getting it all sorted for him, and he said, I don't like it, Dad, can you unplug it please? So I'm not sure what's happening with that now. It's just sort of a added extra, it's not even connected.
There's the 444 of, I believe that's Alfie Wright that's out there. So his dad is Duncan Wright, who we saw in our Contract Solutions C Group Race 1.
Yeah.
So they've travelled down from Scotland down here, so a long drive back for them later on.
Yeah, fair play. That's it's good, you know what I mean? It's good to have them people that support the championship like this. I mean, it's the idea of it, you know, it's a British championship, so it should go to Wales, Scotland, England, obviously. So the treks are definitely dotted around. This one we haven't been to for 2 or 3 years, I don't think.
Yeah. That is Tyler Clark back underway.
Yeah, he's back up and running.
So he's back out there on board that number 6. So he will definitely be at the back of this group. Looks like he may be having bike issues there as well. It doesn't seem to get the power down.
No.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe after he's off there, it's bashed something. I know a lot of these are on things like carbs.
Yeah, well, they're all carburetted. They have like some. They've got a big front brake. They've also got a big back brake as well. It's really strange. I think he's something not quite right there, is there?
Yeah, just not able to sort of get the power down. So
no.
That's Ed Darnton there, just nipping through. There on the 41.
Yeah, see him standing up, coming off the dirt there, just to get over them bumps a bit cleaner. Down into this corner. It'd be interesting to see if that going into there, has dragged all the dirt up to there, but it doesn't seem to be. They seem to be sort of...
No, they seem to be making their way around. Quick look over the shoulder there from Darnton.
He's controlling it from there, isn't he? But still the same sort of gap back to Archie, 4 seconds.
Ooh, that was fast over there from Tyler Clark.
Yeah,
I think he overshot that corner.
I think he's got a bit of a bike problem there, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a shame.
Yeah, because he's definitely showed some promise so far in this class. He was
kicking it away.
Yeah, he was absolutely flying at Railra.
Yeah.
Racing with his uncle in our C group.
Yeah, sometimes these lads come up into the other class, don't they?
Yeah, which when you think about the weather we've had today, it's definitely muggy, so it'll be taking it out of them.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said earlier, it looks like a grey day on the TV here, but it's not. It's still hot and muggy, really.
So Darnton looking super relaxed on that DCR.
He does, yeah. He looks really smooth.
Yeah, there is the 183 of Jackson Nuttall.
Yeah.
So he's on, I believe, a 65 out there.
Right, okay.
He's been improving, watching his racing and his riding. He was doing really well yesterday, I thought. I was in timing a lot of yesterday, so keeping an eye out on them.
What's going on, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he does... he looks like he's got it well under control, doesn't he?
Yeah, Josh Walker in a good 5th place.
5th, yeah, really good, yeah.
Yeah, so let's see if we can watch Darnton. See all that dust kicking off. We'll have the track wanting to get it watered again. Well,
yeah, it's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? Because you sort of want it dry, but you can't have it dusty. So it's crazy to think that we're going to have to water it after like 3 hours ago we was paddling around out there. Oh yeah, he's definitely confident he's got this one in the bag, isn't he?
Showing off there from Ed Darnton with a wheelie coming out of that corner.
It's always risky.
And it is a 4.4 second gap back to Archie Reynolds, which is easy a mistake to be made.
100%. If he makes a mistake here, which he hasn't done, and he's keeping an eye on Archie, literally.
Yeah.
He's taken a totally different line there. See, he's going right around the outside of that corner, and as everyone else is going at the inside. There's Josh Walker up front.
Yeah, there's Josh on board that Trips UK KTM 85, I believe it is.
Yes.
Yeah, so Josh's having a good race. Another look round.
I know, he's keeping an eye.
Yeah. I see it a lot with the younger riders. They need to sort of focus on what's in front of them.
I know. I think it's a bit of a habit.
Yeah.
Josh should be thinking, what's happening now?
Who's
this? Yeah, good ride by Josh. He likes his bit of off-road.
Yeah, come from a little bit more of a motocross background.
Yeah.
Into this. So there's Darnton. He was on a 65 last year and then progressed to the 85.
Right,
but he absolutely rode the wheels off his...
65.
Yeah, Yamaha 65 he was on. And I'm sure he's going to try and pop a wheelie over the line.
Yeah,
there it is.
There it is. And Archie's there. He's not far behind.
He wasn't far behind. Good race from Archie Reynolds there.
Cole managed to stay in 3rd. That'd be brilliant. He'll be jumping around like
There he is.
There he is, yeah.
There's Cole on board that Automotive Solutions TM.
Come on, Cole.
Just a couple more corners.
Yeah, good. He'll be made up with this.
Yeah.
I can see him grinning from here.
Yeah, there he is. Little look over the shoulder.
Oh, well done. That's good to see.
Yeah, well done there to Cole Reynolds, taking a well-deserved 3rd place. Then it's Rip Jennings in 4th. And then we should see Max Rhodes come across the line in a fairly lonely 5th place for him after what I believe was a little bit of an off.
Yeah, because he was up there at the start, weren't he? He was 3rd, I think.
Yeah, there he is. There's Max. Sister Lily not here with us this weekend. We've seen her in our academy class.
Yeah, what? Yeah, I wonder where she is.
She's, I believe, racing at Snetterton in the British Superbikes Talent Cup.
Yes, right,
so
okay.
She's away doing that.
Good opportunity. Put yourself out there.
And there in the background we can see Tyler Clark after a very unfortunate race for him.
Yeah, it didn't look right, his bike, after he got back on it, did it? So,
no.
Something not quite right there. These little 2-strokes can, you know what I mean, you can if they're not quite running right, you could have a plug or something like that might have happened to it.
Yeah.
Or Dad might have over jet washed it last night maybe and got a bit of water in the carb or something, I don't know.
There is our results for our FF Solutions Academy Race 1. So it was Ed Darnton taking a dominant win. Then Archie Reynolds in a well-deserved second. Cole in, I believe, what is his highest place of a third. Then again, Rip Jennings 4th, Max Rhodes 5th, Josh Walker 6th, Alfie Wright in 7th, and Jackson Nuttall in 8th.
Nice Cole.
There's Cole. He'll be absolutely buzzing.
What do I do?
I've not done this before.
No.
Some stoppies there from the older lads. So
he looks so much smaller, doesn't he, Cole?
He does, bless him. I'm sure he'll have a growth spurt over summer though, won't he? He'll be
probably
shooting up by the end of the year. So he's talking about that crash we had there of Tyler Clark.
Yeah, just missed it.
Oh,
he done well to not get tangled up in it, really.
Yeah, did really, really well.
Especially when it happens on the grass like that, because it's hard to avoid.
Yep, so let these riders have their moment. Look, you can see how young Cole does look there, bless him.
Someone needs to help him. Where's his dad?
Where's Paul at?
Yeah, he's never getting that bike on that stand. Well, no, he can't, because I see him at a motocross track a few weeks ago and he kept coming to ask me to put his bike on the stand, so I know he can't get it on there.
Well, we'll see if Archie can get his on first and then help his little brother.
He's not helping him at all, is he? Come on, Archie. There's Paul.
There he is. There's Dad. I'm sure he'll be chuffed with this one. Both lads on the podium.
Definitely, yeah. 100%. I know Paul came down late Friday night. He didn't ride yesterday, did he? He's just riding today. I think it's a busy day for him with both boys and himself riding.
Yeah. Oh, look, they're getting the little podium.
Yeah, brilliant.
Oh, that's great, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Very, very well deserved for these three.
Oh, God.
So that was our first block of races, all done and finished. So we'll take a little bit of a break now and we'll be back with the action for our Contract Solutions Group C Race 2 in a little while. Well, welcome back to round 4 of our Trips UK British Supermoto Championship held here in Pembrey, South Wales. Alongside me, I've managed to pinch current British Championship leader Chris Hodgson. If you're not already, make sure you're following us over on the socials. So there's Instagram, British Supermoto. We've also got our Facebook page there, the British Supermoto Championship. Make sure, if you're not already, subscribe to TNL_sports. And for everything else, catch it on the website, BritishSupermotoChampionship.com. So, we'll be commencing our second block of races with our Contract Solutions C Group Race 2. So that was Ollie Sims making his way out onto track. He'll be starting P2 for this one. And Chris, you've been out there, probably one of our last races that was just racing. How's the track looking?
Yeah, I mean, compared to this morning was a fair deluge of rain came down, made it fairly difficult for us all, but the track's pretty much dry now. A lot of surface changes here around Pembrey, so grip levels change all the time, but yeah, it's really good to ride. It keeps you on your toes, so it'll be good watching these sea lads go out.
So there is our starting grid. So our top 2 moved up from race 1. So it is the number 3 of Max Feeney starting on pole on board that 250. Alongside him, Ollie Sims and Tommy Sayer. Then row 2, we've got Daniel Hudson, Jason Laycock and Lagoon Squad rider Sausage Steve Smith. Row 3, we have Ricky Grimshaw, Max Rhodes, our top of our academy riders in this class, and Tyler Clark. Then row 4, we've got Rip Jennings, Michael Whittam and Daryl Brett. And rounding out this one, we have Craig Louth on board his pit bike, Barron Young on the Beta, and Andrew Goodsell, who I think might be sitting this one out.
Yeah, I've just seen Fadji washing the bike off as well. I think he's going to sit this one out, so the track, not everyone's favourite today, but yeah, we'll see how they all go on.
Yeah, so I think a few were feeling a little bit underpowered with how fast this circuit can be. I think that's Ricky Grimshaw there with the t-shirt on over his leathers. So we'll watch these riders take up their starting positions. Did you find that the start here is awkward with it being slightly sort of curved? Does it sort of pose an issue on the start?
Yeah, I mean, going up to race 1, it's the first time that we've really had a chance just to sit on the grid and, look where we're going. So most of us had our bikes pointed at the angle where it made it alright, but yeah, it did seem to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, so I think on the start here as well, especially with the C group, you've got a big mix of bikes, so from 450s, 250s, 85s, so off the line they don't always get the same sort of power down, which can sometimes cause some issues, but I'm sure they'll settle into a race. And it is very fast, this first corner as well, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, you're only just running the brakes and then back on the gas, so 450 should have the advantage here, so we'll see how Max gets on off the start on his 250.
There we go, little pop of the front wheel. It looks like a great start there from the 16 of Tommy Sayer, putting the pressure on Ollie Sims, but he manages to break away at the front. Yeah,
good start from Dan Hudson there as well. He's got himself through into third.
Looks like that was Jason Laycock there taking the wider line around that long sweeping right-hander. But it is still the 73 of Ollie Sims out in front. See those elbows up. Max Feeney there getting all over the back of him as they make their way into this first off-road. It's been catching quite a few people out today.
Oh man, it's so tricky. It's rough, bumpy, there's ruts. So yeah, you can see it's just knocking all the bikes into different shapes going through there.
Yeah, a few of them there taking the outside line, which I think's got less of a battering so far this weekend. So there's Ollie there, hard on the brakes on board that Honda, making his way through to the second off-road. It looks completely dry now though, and kicking up some dust.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe the water that was down this morning when you look at all the dust now. But yeah, Ollie seems to have it sorted out there. He looks like he's going to try and pull a bit of a gap, get away from Max.
Yeah, he's I don't know if he'll have it all his own way though. Max was looking really confident through here in that last race. There is Jason Laycock, so he's I believe currently sat in around 3rd or 4th place, with Daniel Hudson there on board that TM just behind him, and then Tommy Sayer on that KTM. See if he can close down this gap.
Yeah, it's a great ride this from Jason. He hasn't had much time on a Supermoto really, and if the lad can try and get onto the back of these two at the front and maybe have a shot at getting in the B's for the last race.
Yeah, that'll be a good ride for Jason Laycock. Like you say, fairly new to the sport. Been taken under the wing of our Bathmate team. So watching here, you can see, yeah, Tommy Sayer taking that inside line, and that sort of motocross style there of standing up through the off-road's definitely helping him. Looks like he's got alongside Daniel Hudson there and made a pass.
Yeah, he's got through there. Great thing about this track though is just track evolution. You know, every time you come to that off-road, it's never the same. So picking your lines, changing your lines, all helps through the race here.
Yeah, and it looks like Sayer's now got his eyes on Jason, and again up the inside through the off-road, so he's looking really comfortable through the dirt, is Sayer.
Yeah, it looks like Tom could be the one to try and challenge his front two if he gets his head down now.
Yeah, it's still, it looks like Max Feeney's also made a pass for the lead, so on that lap. He's come across our tiny line in first. Watching this battle here, can Hudson make a move up the inside on Laycock?
Yeah, nice pass on the brakes, that.
Yeah, nice pass, and able to get the power down as they exit. Not much there Laycock could really do. There we go, nice and wide as they come around this long sweeper. Laycock needs to now be careful, because I believe he's got Ricky Grimshaw behind him on board that Trips UK KTM as well.
Yeah, Bobby will start making some moves, and I'm sure he'll tell us all about them later on. He's good for the pub crack, is our Bobby.
It'll be a great story, I'm sure. Oh, it looks like Sims has got past Feeney again, so them two switching positions at the front there. And Hudson still in front of Laycock there, almost manages to take him back. So, have you found that the dirt's being dragged round through these two dirt sections?
You know, just like yesterday, just with the showers coming and drying up all the time. So as the day goes on now, if we get no rain, the tarmac will get cleaner. So we'll find more grip out there. Now the off-road's drained really, really well, to be fair. It's only took maybe 2 sessions, and then the puddles have gone, the top layer of, you know, like of the real wet soil's away. So yeah, it's good.
That's good, and it's sort of a different type of dirt to what we get at quite a few other circuits. I know we're Teesside, we're saying we're quite gravelly and hard pack. We've got Rower, it's like a tarmac sky section. So this is again something different for these riders to contend with, and we haven't been back to Pembrey in the last couple of years. So it's certainly a very different track style as well to anything else on the calendar.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why, you know, some of the motocross guys with motocross background really like it here. Like I say, the off-road, it is getting ruts, berms, bumps, and changing all the time. But then the tarmac, you know, that favours a kind of a road racer style.
Yeah, so you've got a good mix of both there. I know when we were on our podium interviews, Jamie Duncan was saying how much he likes being flat out on the off-road. And it looks like Ollie Sims is going to try and do the same thing here. So Feeney not quite close enough to make a pass. I'm wondering if maybe that 250 is feeling a little bit more comfortable through the off-road compared to Sims on that 450. If he's able to sort of handle that power a little bit more. As much as he is probably at a disadvantage on these long straights.
Fair play to Max, he's really holding on there, and yeah, pass around the outside, nice move.
Round the outside on the brakes. Easy able to hold it now though as they come back down here through this fast section.
Yeah, well, he just drove right round the outside in there, just a bit of 450 power.
Yeah, definitely using the extra CCs there to his advantage. Not really much Max could do there, other than try and maybe make the pass a little bit sooner to try and break away.
I mean, the camera doesn't really show you that much, but the lads on the bike say through this section's literally like riding a bull. It's horrendous.
Yeah, we notice the riders that are standing up, letting the bike move under them, seem to be having the advantage through there. Like we see Max doing, and Tommy Sayer as well, so he's currently sat in a very comfortable third place. These two have broken away to the tune of about 5.9 seconds to the lead, and let's not forget the front two do move up to the B group. Oh, nearly coming together there.
Yeah, it looks like Max is really confident in the off-road there. He's just got the upper hand on Ollie.
Yeah, he was looking really confident through there on board that Husqvarna 250. So if he can keep this up, hopefully he can maybe pull a bit of a gap here that will allow him to maintain the lead as they take to this really long straight that he's definitely got a disadvantage on.
Yeah, 3 laps to go as well, Daniel, so making a move now could be a good one for him. He can hold it.
Yeah, so he's really sending Sims to the far end of the track there, and he's managed to hold it. So can he now try and pull away on this lap? Give himself a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, it looks like that could, Ollie just needs to stick it out now, try and stay with him and make a pass on that straight where he knows he's got the legs.
Yeah, so they both need to bear in mind that they want to keep it where they're at, progress to our Race IQ B Group 4 Race 3. As we watch here, so Feeney, they're looking really hard on the brakes, coming down towards our second off-road.
Yeah, but two young lads battling out here, so I'm sure they're not thinking about B's in race 3, I'm sure they're just thinking about the win.
Oh, we got a little bit of a bobble there from Feeney, and he's a quick glance over the shoulder. What's it like as you come off that second jump there, Chris? What's the landing like?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of sussed my own little line out there where I'm landing on the backside of a braking bump, and it's just slowed me down enough for the corner. So, but like I say again, it's just getting rougher and rougher. So, lap after lap, it'll change. But yeah, like I say, really enjoyable to ride though.
That was a cracking lap there from Max Feeney. So he's just done the fastest lap with a 1:16.1. Which is almost a second faster than anyone else out there at the moment. So he's definitely getting his head down now and breaking away from the 73 of Ollie Sims.
Yeah, we'll have to see what race control says about that one. Fastest lap with a excursion through the tyres.
Yeah, watch him in here. So that sort of motocross style up on the pegs, making his way through. Then you can see he's pulling a gap on Ollie, and just coming up on the back marker
wide
there.
again there, real wide.
Oh, bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, he's let Ollie back in, coming into the last lap. That could be a big mistake for him.
And we're just coming up on a back marker. I believe that's the 74 of Craig Louth on board his pit bike. He knows they're there. He's going to try and stay out of their way.
Nice one, Craig.
Yeah, I have just been telling him he might be having great fun on the pit bike, but he needs to get an adult bike soon. Give the kid the bike back.
Yeah, he's a big lad for a pit bike as well, he's Craig.
Oh, Sims right on the back wheel now with Feeney. Can he make a pass?
There it is.
Yep. On the last lap as well, he knows he needs to do it. And very similar riding styles from these two on the tarmac.
Yeah. Oh, Max is going for the outside move.
Oh, not
just
quite. Close the door. Yeah, so watching out. Sims taking that slightly outside line up over this jump. Those bikes sort of moving around underneath him. Feeney not quite close enough. He's running out of corners now.
Yeah, Ollie's got a good gap here, and he needed it because Max is really strong in this next section.
Yeah, is Max going to be able to try and hold on? So looking really fast. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Sims.
Going in.
Yeah, might have caught one of those braking bumps that you mentioned. So I think...
Oh, I don't know, Max might have something in this last corner for him.
He's trying. Oh, he's alongside. Oh, it's a drag to the finish. But I think the 450 there just managed to pip him. So it was a win for the 73 of Ollie Sims with a gap of 0.34 seconds over the line there to Feeney.
Great race by the two lads there.
And it was a fairly lonely third place there for the 16 of Tommy Sayer. He sort of settled into that race there. Then it was Daniel Hudson crossing the line, and there is Jason Laycock and Ricky Grimshaw. They've been battling it out for 5th and 6th. So there's Laycock and Grimshaw crossing the line. So that is another race done for these guys. There is Steve Smith, so one of our Goon Squad riders. I feel like he's been having a really good weekend so far.
Yeah, Steve's come on loads, I think. He was a lot further up in the C group from where he was last year. So yeah, fair play to Steve, making a bit of progress now.
Yeah, definitely. And then I think that's a top academy rider. That was Max Rhodes just coming across the line. But there are our provisional results for our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C. So it'll be Ollie Sims and Max Feeney moving up to our Race IQ B Group for Race 3, which means it'll be Tommy Sayer, who's finished 3rd on pole, alongside him Daniel Hudson, Jason Laycock, Ricky Grimshaw, Steve Smith, Max Rhodes, Michael Whittam, Tyler Clark, Darrell Brett, Rip Jennings, Craig Louth, and I believe Farron Young, Andy Goodsell and Dax Almond did not take part. So, it should be our Race IQ Group B for Race 2 next, and let's have a look. So there are our top three getting their little podium moment there. So well-deserved win there for Ollie Sims. It wasn't made easy for him by Max, and I think Max will be looking for a 450 now before next season if he's not already. Really challenging track to be sort of down on horsepower. I think that's fair to say. But great riding there from Ollie Sims. Yeah, some great passes from Tommy Sayer as well. He was looking really comfy through our off-road section. You can see that sort of motocross background there was giving him a bit of an advantage. So we'll let these guys have their podium moment before we get our Race IQ Group B Race 2 out on track. So there they are, all taking their helmets off. So, yeah, big thumbs up there from Max. He's dead chuffed. Saw him off a bit of a tumble yesterday. So there they are on the podium, looking chuffed, and they're right on cue. There's our Race IQ B group making their way out on track for their warm-up lap. So there we have. I think that's Darren Lee I can see there. Behind him, Craig Forshaw. They had a bit of a tussle in race 1. So here we are, making their way into the off-road. So they'll be now looking to see if they can find any lines. But here is our starting grid. So on pole position, we've got the 145 of Luke Armitage. Alongside him, the 741 Darren Lee, and then the 58 of Craig Forshaw. Row 2, we've got our novice championship leader Dan Billam. Alongside him, Mark Stevens and Kevin Crowthers. Row 3, Jamie Wrigglesworth, Adrian Dealey and James Wood. Row 4, we have Dave Spafford, Jason Slater and Paul Reynolds. And for row 5, we have Eddie Rushforth, Dean Clark and Sean Jones. So Jones and Duncan Wright, who are starting at the tail end of this race, they both moved up from our Contract Solutions Group C Race 1. So they'll be starting from the back and hoping to make up some ground in this one.
Yeah, it should be a good race, this one. You've lost the front two, obviously, they've gone up. And it was in good bunches on the way in the last race, so yeah, it should be good. Just warming up the tyres there. See if Luke can get a good start and get away with it, because he was doing well last time.
Yeah, he's definitely showed some sort of moments of sort of grandeur so far this weekend.
Yeah, definitely.
Like you say, he had a little bit of an off yesterday. It was quite a bump.
Yeah.
But to be leading a B group and hopefully trying to put it in the A's, that's still some going.
Yeah, really good. I mean, he came through, so yeah, he was started quite a way back in the race. He got in the front of yesterday, and yeah, he was good, and he pulled away actually, and it was a bit of a tumble. So good to see he's all right and back out there, like. Did
you get the story of Slater and Reynolds from race 1?
As predicted, one saying one thing, one saying another. So I'm not quite sure what happened, but I think they just come together.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a gap. One went for it, the other one wasn't letting the gap be there, so that was the end of it, I think. But yeah, they're both all right.
So we'll see now. There's the red flag. So riders now under the starters' orders. We'll be watching the lights. And they're off. So it looked like a good start there from Luke Armitage.
Yeah, definitely. And Forshaw.
Yeah, for sure. Dan Villan there trying to get up the inside of Kevin Crowthers by the looks of it. Kev going a little bit wide there. So it's still Armitage leading as they make the way round to the off-road section for the first time of asking for race 2.
Yeah, and then there's Craig Forshaw and Darren Lee. Who's this coming through here? That
is Kev Crowthers.
Yeah, and Jamie Rigg behind. Paul Reynolds has come up through there.
Paul Reynolds getting a good start.
There was a bit of a legs off moment there from someone. The trouble is when the dust lies a bit low on the first lap, it's hard to see some of the small bumps here and there, so it looks like someone got caught out a bit. But
Armitage pulling a little bit of a gap there on that one.
Definitely is, yeah.
Looks like Jamie Rigg there trying to find a way up the inside of Darren Lee as they make their way through. So Armitage now pulled a gap, just a little quick glance over the shoulder there to see sort of has he got a bit of breathing room, which he has.
Yeah, no, he's had a good first lap there. Sometimes if you can get away a bit like that, then you're not getting tangled up with trying to pass and other people coming up behind you and bits and bobs like that, so it can stall it a bit, the pack sort of thing, and give the leader a bit of a gap, and that's what's happened there. So, but yeah, let's see if
got a big three-rider battle here with Kevin Crowley, Darren Lee and Jamie Wrigglesworth.
Yeah, he's going around the outside now.
He is. That was a cracking pass there from Jamie Wrigglesworth.
Yeah, he does like fast tarmac, so yeah, it suits him that corner for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Paul Reynolds has gone for it as well.
Yeah, he's coming through. He's having a good day. Well, he's not. He had a tumble, but he's riding well.
Yeah, riding really well. So that's demoted Darren Lee down to, I believe, 6th place in 2 laps. So he's got some work to do.
Yeah, needs to knuckle down a bit more for a couple of laps and make his way back up.
Yeah.
It looks like... this will be tight. Now these two won't... Jamie Rigg's giving him a foot there.
Yeah.
That won't help.
No, won't.
And Adrian D. Is that James Wood behind Darren Lee?
Yeah, so we've got Dan Billum and James Wood there behind...
Daly's come through, I think.
Daly's having a really good weekend. He looks really comfortable through this off-road.
He does, yeah. It's another one who's quite new still, isn't he? So he's doing really well, progressing every round, really.
Yeah, so, again... These three, that 3-rounder battle, they're going to drop Darren now as they make their way around this really fast part of the tarmac circuit.
Yeah, and that's Kev up ahead of him, is it? Yeah. Yeah,
Kev Crowler's currently sat in 3rd place, so it's still Luke Armitage out in front with a lead of about 2 seconds. Fastest lap just goes to Craig Forshaw, doing a 1:14.2.
Yeah, that's good going.
So it looks like Jamie Wrigglesworth trying to see if he can find a way around the outside of Paul Reynolds there.
Yeah, they're going to have a good dice, I think. I can't see where Jason Slater's ended up. He's starting.
A wave there as they go fast.
Yeah.
Oh, they're getting close. That leg's out again.
Lots of legs flying around here.
It's alright, they're only little ones.
What are you saying?
He'd have to be dead close, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Darren Lee's made the most of them two messing about, and he's nipped in between them.
Yeah, that's the problem, yeah. So Jamie's missed up there, sticking his leg out. But yeah, so we'll see if Paul can pull away from Darren now and catch up with Kev. Kev's having a good ride there in 3rd.
Yeah, really good ride from Kevin Crowthers.
I know he definitely goes well in the wet when it's slippery. He enjoys that. But yeah, obviously now it's dried out and he's still got there in 3rd, so it's brilliant.
Looking at our timing screen, Jason Slater currently down in 16th place.
Yeah,
so,
I'm not sure what's going on there.
Whether he's had a bit of an issue and was a little bit of a tussle and tumble.
He does like an issue. They come naturally.
Like I say, where there's drama, there just seems to be Jason.
Yes, that's very correct.
So,
there's Darren Lee's going up.
Yeah, he's getting all squirrely there, but he's managing to keep the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth behind him.
Yeah, no, he's going through there. So he's Paul Reynolds catching Kev one day. Yeah, a little bit looks like initially.
So, Jamie there, trying to keep the pressure on Darren Lee.
Looks like the front two are pretty comfortable.
Yeah, so Luke Armitage currently fastest on track, doing a 1:14.1 out in front. So with clear track, he's able to sort of utilise that, and that's allowing him to have a gap over Craig Forshaw of 4.4 seconds on that last lap. So he's really pulling away out there.
Yeah, he's doing well there, yeah. Good on him, yeah. These three are having a good go.
Yeah. So Reynolds there, that knee down style, so he's going to try and chase down Kev Brothers, but also whilst defending from the 741 of Darren Lee.
Yeah. Oh, here comes Jamie again.
Jamie taking a really wide line there to try and set himself up for the off-road section. Again, taking that outside line, avoiding that big rut.
Yeah, it looked like he had the bumpier line down through here. It's hard to tell, isn't it? It looks like he's sort of going off track, but he's not, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of a curve to it there.
Yeah, and like Jamie Duncan was saying, because the track's so wide, it does give you the opportunity to sort of try and outbrake people on the off-road, which a lot of the time you don't always get.
No, it's normally like it's heavily marked out by tyres, or if you do come off the off-road, you're just miles off. So it is nice to have a bit of room, definitely.
So Paul Reynolds definitely coming under pressure now from Darren Lee.
Yeah, it's good to see Darren back out there. Like you said earlier, he's not seen him this year so far, have we?
Yeah, so Darren looking towards the outside, see if we can get a good run on Reynolds as they come down this fast area of the tarmac. And that gap to Kevin Crowthers doesn't look like it's opening up anymore. It's quite settled.
Yeah, I thought they might reel him in a bit, but they haven't done so far.
Yeah, watching them come through this off-road, it looks like they're all sort of settled into the lines that they're liking. But it does sort of mean that Darren Lee is following Paul Reynolds a little bit.
I mean, if you got a nice line, it's annoying if someone you're battling with is also using your nice line, because everyone's got sort of a strong part of the track, and if the person you're trying to get by is also there, it's frustrating.
Yeah. There's Kev Crowthers.
Like
that gap's definitely closed up. And Darren Lee, down the inside.
Made a pass. There's Dealey and James Wood.
And that's Mark Stevens as well, so it looks like Mark Stevens has made a pass on that lap over Woody. So there's Adrian Dealey on board that 555 Husqvarna. He does seem to ride it very much like a motocross bike, I've seen.
You can tell he's from a motocross background just by his stance on the bike, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's a strange one, because people from motocross always think because the bikes look similar, then it's just getting him back here.
Yeah, that's Mark Stevens up the inside of Dealey there on this.
He's having a good ride.
Yeah, really good ride there from Mark Stevens on board his Husqvarna.
Yeah, you think that the sports would be very similar, but they are so different. Like, this is more swooping corners, as where motocross you sort of aim and go around a sort of stake or a cone or something like that, and a little bit sideways there for Stevens as he came across that jump. Looks like Dave Spafford's also now closing in on James Wood there. Yeah, Woody's out there, he loves his racing. He never misses around, does he?
Yeah, no, definitely one of our contenders in this championship.
So I just saw on the other screen there, it looked like he's tightening up the front there as well.
Yeah, so that was Darren Lee putting the pressure on Kev Crowthers that we could see as they were coming off this off-road section. So in this battle here, it looks like Dealey's not letting Stevens off the hook. No. He's still trying to keep the pressure on. Mark, another rider that outside of his racing, very fit, does quite a lot of running, also does some sort of old school motocross as well, so
he should breeze the race distance at this if he's a bit fitter.
Yeah, should be fine, and you can see there he's able to pull a gap there on Dealey. Really well. There's our race leader, that's Luke Armitage, so quick glance over the top. 7.5 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's a really good ride. Really, really good ride.
Yeah, and a lap time of a 1:14.1 was his best. He has settled into it now, doing a 1:15, which is still about a second quicker than Craig Forshaw on his last lap. So Forshaw having a fairly lonely race in second.
Yeah, those two have sort of set them positions since the first lap there, haven't they? And they've sort of just settled down and not getting hassled by anyone, really.
Yeah. There's that last lap flag there for Armitage as he comes across the line. So it'll next be Forshaw to come across, and then we'll see that battle for third place with Darren Lee has managed to find a way past Kev Crowthers.
Yes, he's had a good lap there.
Yeah,
pulled a gap as well.
Yeah, so whether Crowthers made a bit of a mistake.
He's actually catching on Craig as well now, I believe.
Yeah, and time-wise, Craig Forshaw last lap was doing a 1:17.9 in comparison to Darren Lee's 1:15.4, so that's about 2 seconds.
That's a lot, yeah.
And there he is. There is Forshaw. Now, he needs to be careful. Like we say, this is the transfer position to move to the A's for the final race of the day.
He's on him now. He's having a brilliant last couple of laps, isn't he, Darren?
Yeah, so tough start, and he made it hard work for him going back to 6th, but he's definitely managed to pull that back. Is Darren going to be able to try and find a way past Forshaw now, or is he going to close the door?
It's going to be tricky, but that's a good ride there from Luke.
Yeah, really good ride from Luke Armitage. See, quick look across the shoulder, no dramas. Steady across the line, and then we'll keep an eye out here.
Oh, not quite.
No,
Nearly.
it's close.
Nearly, but not quite. It's a good ride there from Kev as well.
Yeah, great ride from Kev Crowthers. So it was our top 3 were Luke Armitage, Craig Forshaw and Darren Lee. Then it was Kevin Crowthers crossing the line in 4th, and Paul Reynolds managing to keep Jamie Wrigglesworth behind him in 6th. Then Mark Stevens just managed to pip Adrian Dealey across the line, with James Wood and Dave Spafford rounding out our top 10. So, watch as they come across the line now. So, having a look down, of our riders that moved up from the C's, saw Sean Jones managing a 13th place. So, he's had a good one there, 13th in the B's, he'll be chuffed with that.
Yeah. Not sure what happened to Jason Slater there.
Yeah.
Has he crossed the line? This is him here.
Yeah, that's him there. Yeah, not a great day for Slater so far, unfortunately.
He was doing all right, and then that little that is the only thing. The way we run it here, if you have a bad race, you sort of start the next race at your last position. So if you did have a bad one, then it is a bit of a snowball effect sometimes.
And there are our results for Supermoto Group B. That's our Race IQ supported group. So again, Luke Armitage and Craig Forshaw will move up to our Trips UK British Supermoto A group, and then it'll be Darren Lee on pole, alongside him Craig Crowthers, Paul Reynolds, Jamie Wrigglesworth, Mark Stevens, Adrian Dealey, James Wood, Dave Spafford, Dean Clark there finishing 11th, Eddie Rushforth 12th, Sean Jones 13th, Duncan Wright 14th, 15th place for Jason Slater, and 16th for Dan Billen.
A very small hat.
So here is our podium, and it's Luke Armitage there taking a very well-deserved win. He did manage that race from the start. And there is Craig Forshaw and Darren Lee. So alongside me, we've had Chris Hodgson for our C group, we had Chris Lambourne there for our B group, and for the A's, we've got Farron Young.
Hello.
So we see you didn't go out in the C's,
No.
just not feeling it.
No, the bike's good, but it's just not fast around here. And I've tried different gearing, and I just can't get it to go fast, and it was frustrating. So I've gone, that's it, wash up, I'm finished for the day, and then been roped in for this.
Ah, you love it, really.
Well, you know me, I'd try anything once.
There's Craig with his imaginary bike. Darren there doesn't look like he knows how to smile.
It's good to see Darren back, though.
Oh, definitely. And I'm sure he'll have enjoyed that one. He did quite a lot of overtakes, so he'll have enjoyed that one. But next up is our Trips UK British Supermoto A Group Race 2. Now, this race was dominated by Chris Hodgson, who we had in here a little bit earlier, giving his insight on the track at the moment. And a good, strong display from Alex Mullaney, Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp, and Harley Sharp also had a really good one. I'm sure you'll be cheering on your team member.
Oh, yeah.
Dean Hillier in this one.
And Neil Mellon at the back as well. He needs to put his finger out and get up there a bit further.
So on the front we've got Chris Hodgson, Richard Sharp and Jamie Duncan. Alongside them we've got Alex Mullaney, Harley Sharp there finished in 5th, Dean Hillier in a very strong 6th place, Chris Walker 7th, Andy Mitchell in 8th, so there are 2 over 45 riders as well as Richard Sharp. We've got Lee Williams, he had a bit of a tussle and went down, or nearly went down with Richard Blakeman who's in 12th. Simon Burgess and Jake Sayer, our clubman riders, they were battling it out for the entirety of race 1, so we'll definitely keep an eye on them. Then we've got Darryl Pennington, Oliver Holmes, Josh Jasper and Kyle Eccleston. And then moving up from our B group was Neil Meelan and Paul Groom there starting from the back. So from a rider's perspective today, who hasn't been in the A's, how are you finding the track?
I enjoyed it. It was a bit slippy this morning, but now by the time it's dried out like this, it'll be great out there. There'll be plenty of grip, apart from maybe a bit over the tyres where they've been buried. You can still see them showing through, but as long as you're quite quick through there, you don't really notice it.
Yeah. So I think I remember when I came here a couple of years back when I rode, there was an area where it was tyres.
Buried, yeah.
Yeah, where they're buried and then they start coming through.
That's it, that's that spot.
Yeah, over there. Yeah, it's a little bit unnerving, I feel.
Yeah, you
almost feel like you're going to start doing Super Enduro.
Well, exactly that. Well, I'll be honest, I overtook Steve on it yesterday, and as I passed him, I shouted Enduro.
Yeah. So, there we go. Watch these riders get themselves all set up.
Looking for a good start from here.
Yeah. So, I think money on for that first corner. I think it'll have to be the 74 of Chris Hodgson there in pole. I believe Alex Mullaney actually stalled it in race 1 and that's why he dropped back a little bit, so he'll be trying not to make the same mistake again.
Sharpie will be strong here, same as Jamie.
Yeah. And they're off. So again, good strong start there from Chris Hodgson. Is Jamie Duncan able there to sneak up the inside? Alex looking like he's trying to go around the outside.
Dean's had a good start as well around
there.
there.
Good start from Dean, so he looks like he's with Harley Sharp there. Just nipped in front of him as well. So that is Hodgson from Mullaney. Then we've got Sharp. I believe that was Duncan. And then Hillier.
Then Walker. No, that's...
Yeah, that's Sharp
Sharpie,
Jr.
actually.
The other Sharpie. So watching these riders head round through here. It's looking really fast. And it's a good start for Alex Mullaney. He'll be looking to try now and chase down the 74 of Chris Hodgson. Chris there telling us about a sneaky little line he had through here where he manages to land on the back of a braking bump and it slows him down a little bit.
I did notice it's actually Harley Sharp in front of Rich and then in front of Dean.
Whew. Cracking start then from Harley.
Yeah.
He's having a great weekend so far. So we'll watch as they come across the timing line. Yeah, so it is Harley Sharp there in 4th place in front of Dean Hillier with Richard Sharp in 6th, then Lee Williams there in 7th. So it looks like Hodgson and Mullaney are breaking away ever so slightly at the front here. Then a little bit of a gap back to Jamie Duncan, and then that battle for 4th between Harley Sharp and Dean Hillier.
Duncan's chasing up, but I think this is going to be a good one between Chris and Mullaney, really.
Yeah, looking there, I couldn't see Richard Sharp.
I think... Is that Rich Sharp's just got past Dean?
No.
Is that an 8 or a 2?
That's definitely Richard Sharp with that backing it in.
Lee Williams chasing Dean there.
Yeah, so Lee Williams, then that's Harley Sharp, and then Chris Walker. Then we've also got Andy Mitchell there in the mix as well. So Williams now trying to see if he can find a way past that Yamaha.
Dean was very loose coming out of there then.
Yeah, he was really loose.
He's managed to pull it back a gap there. Oh, he's got him.
Yeah.
He's got past him. Dean will not be happy about that.
So Dean now will have to get his head down. He had a good start, but can he capitalise on trying to get those places back? So there's the number 7 fat and fast rider of Jamie Duncan. Teammates currently sat in 9th for Richard Blakeman and 15th for Oliver Holmes. So Blakeman had an off in race 1, which is why we didn't see very much of him. But it is the 7 of Jamie Duncan who has been singing the praises of this track. Absolutely loves it.
He said he likes the track.
I know. He actually said he was happy. I don't think he knew how that felt.
He must have broke a sweat as he said that.
So, Richard Sharp now looking really racy coming into this off-road. Will he be putting the pressure on Jamie Duncan? I'm sure he'll try. Now, come off the off-road. Not too many dramas there. And we'll be able to see some...
Sharpie can close this down quite well.
Yeah, he is doing. He's looking racy. Chris Hodgson's transponder's working for this one, so that's improvement. We can see how he has actually currently got the fastest lap by the looks of things. So, out in front there, about a 1 second gap back to Alex Mullaney, and then it's another 3.5 back to Jamie Duncan, who's now under a lot of pressure from the Trips UK rider of Richard Sharp.
Oh, Sharpie just had a little bit of a moment there, lost a little bit.
A little bit of a moment. He's not let off though, has he? And he's looking like he's trying to find a move around the outside of JD.
Looking very loose there.
Yeah, we've seen a few feet off the pegs moment. Yeah, so all over the back wheel of him as they come through here. You can see at the front there, that gap between Mullaney and Hodgson not closing up too much. It looks like Jamie's going to have to pull his finger out, otherwise I think Sharpie will be trying to find a way through very shortly.
I think it'll be interesting in the next first dirt section when they get round to there. I think they've got to try a different line to get by each other.
Yeah, I think if Sharp gets a good run out of this one...
There we go.
Yeah, there it is. There's the pass. It was a quick look over the shoulder from Jamie Duncan. He knew he was there. He did have to give him space as they come round. So now, can Jamie Duncan tag onto the back of Richard Sharp and try and find anything to try and bring those lap times down? Again, Sharp looking really loose through this off-road.
You can see that real bumpy bit where the tyres are. Oh, Sharpie nearly had another moment there.
There's our Bathmate replay. So this was the pass for third place.
It's a good move. Really good move from Sharpie. Always is though, isn't it?
Just gets the drive on him coming out of that hairpin, as we were calling it, Lambourne's corner, after he made a few appearances there yesterday. So there he goes. So the gap back now from Duncan to Williams with about 3.8 seconds on that last lap. So it's now up to 4 seconds. So
yeah, Sharpie's starting to capitalise on his gap now. He's pulling away from Duncan.
Yeah, the gap out now to Mullaney though is about 4.4 seconds. So he's going to struggle to close that down, I think. Little glance over the shoulder to see sort of what buffer he's got on Duncan. So, well, this dirt, really tricky, and I think you can catch any of them out at any point, so it's not over until it's over.
Right into the right to stay away from those tyres. Oh, yeah. Dean's... No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
Got past Lee Williams then.
Yeah, Dean there trying to take that outside line compared to Willow.
And then you've got Blakeman's catching up with him though.
Yeah, Richard Blakeman on a charge, so he's currently just in 7th place behind Chris Walker. So looks like Harley Sharp may have had an issue. He's currently now down in 11th place behind Jake Sayer. So there's Richard Blakeman right on cue with Trips UK team boss Chris Walker. Well, we'll see. Chris, never an easy person to try and get past. Like Dean Hillier, he's always one that's got his bike exactly where he wants it to be, and exactly where you want yours to be as well. And
then when Blakeman's chasing as well, he's not good to rate. Like, he's a tough battler. Oh, he's going to have it here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to see if we can out-drag him.
Yeah, good move.
Yeah, good move there from the fish four of Richard Blakeman on Chris Walker, managing to get the drive out of the corner, just like Richard Sharp did on Duncan. But Walker's not letting him have it, I don't think. I'm just going to see if he can tag on to the back of Blakeman. Yeah, and then up and over where those tyres are, like you say, where they're buried. So it's now a 4 second gap to Dean Hillier would be the next person for Richard to try and chase down. You can see there just in front that battle between the two of them. You've got Hillier and Williams, who is currently sat in 5th and 6th place respectively.
Oh, Dean's down. Dean's been off.
Oh
no.
I hope that wasn't...
It is a little bit loose there, but he's
that
probably just pushed it a little bit too hard.
Yeah, that broken concrete. Chris Lambourne was saying how slippy that's been all weekend.
There's been a few spots that you're getting in, especially around the back when we was turning left yesterday.
Yeah, he said it looks like there was some sort of like paint repair or something on them, and he found it really slippy, just that area there where Richard Blayton was going through. So Richard Sharp still managing to stay out in front of Jamie Duncan, who's now in 4th place.
Hodgie and Mulaney have checked out, unless they make a mistake, they're not getting caught.
Yeah, Hodgson, he's currently fastest man on track. He was doing a best lap of a 107.8, but has settled into a 109. Alex Mulaney, though, on that last lap doing a 108.7, so he is still trying to close that gap down.
There's a lot of work to do in 2 laps.
Yeah, definitely. So, but we've seen stranger things happen. And with how unpredictable this track can be, changing every lap, it could definitely all change between now and the checkered flag. So, your other team rider, Neil Meelan, he's currently sat in 16th place. He's just in front of Josh Jasper and Darrell Pennington in 18th, so wondering if he's maybe had a bit of an issue on that lap.
Well, that's good then. He's not in the back rolling around. That's what we want to see. And we've got Josh hanging out of our gazebo this weekend as well, so I'm glad he's beat him. Josh also has the worst dad in the world because he's never taught him how to change wheels.
Maybe Josh didn't want to learn.
Yeah, I think he's lying. I think he's lying, Damo. If you're watching. He blamed it all on you.
So, Jamie Duncan's really closed up on this lap and putting the pressure on Sharp. And again, the gap to Mulaney's closed up as well.
They've knocked a second off between them.
Yeah, watching them come through here, looking really racy. Quick little glance over the shoulder, and it's the last lap flag that's out. So, can Duncan get close enough to be able to show a wheel on this last lap of our Trips UK British Supermoto Group A Race 2?
Oh, he's coming.
Yeah, he's looking fast through here.
He's on a hard charge. Go on, Jamie. Well, I don't know, actually, Jamie. I don't know, you're still Scottish.
Watching him through here, there's Alex Mulaney just coming up on a back marker as well. That is the 666 of Darrell Pennington, the Automotive Solutions rider. Now another look over the shoulder there from Sharp, and it looks like maybe a little bit of a mistake from Duncan there. The gap opened up ever so slightly.
Well, they've narrowed it down on Mulaney as well. Mulaney makes a mistake, they are breathing on him.
Yeah, but only a couple more corners to go, and here is the 74 of Chris Hodgson. It was a masterclass from him in race 1, and he's done the repeat for race 2.
Oh no, you're going to get us in trouble, Chris. You're not allowed to wheelie.
Lovely wheelie across the line from Chris Hodgson there, and it was Mulaney to take second, Sharpie third, and Duncan fourth.
Down. So is that Andy Mitchell coming over the line now? And then Dean Illia. Oh, he's doing so well. It's a shame that he's dropped down to 9th. So we've got Hardy Sharp. Jake Sayer, Simon Burgess, Ollie Holmes, and we're watching Carl Eccleston now. We've got some stragglers. There's Mellon. Who's this one? Couldn't see who that was. So there we go. Chris Hodgson, Richard Sharp, Lee Williams, Chris Walker, Sorry, I've done that completely wrong. Chris Hodgson, Mulaney, Sharpie, Duncan, Lee Williams, Richard Blakeman, Chris Walker, Andy Mitchell, Dean Hillier, Harley Sharp, Jake Sayer, Simon Burgess, Oliver Holmes, There's the boys lining up on the podiums. Chris chuffed with his win as usual. Danielle should be running over there for some interviews. She's clearly not running fast enough. Oh, there she is. Let her take over from here.
So, Richard Sharp, we've got another third place. You had a second in the last one. Great ride from there and a good battle with Jamie Duncan for that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that, to be fair. I got a terrible start. I missed the gear up first corner and I just got mugged by 3 or 4 of them. But I enjoyed. Had a few battles with Harley and that. And earlier, and then me and Jamie had a good race, so yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a good race, and we saw you pass on Jamie Duncan. Really sort of got a good run on him out of this sort of first corner.
So he made it easy for me. But yeah, I'm quicker than Jamie around that corner today for some reason, but yeah, it's a good job really, isn't it?
And again, it'll be the same for race 3, hopefully. Again, we've got the reverse grid as well, so something to keep in mind.
Yeah, it should be interesting, but yeah, looking forward to it. As long as it stays dry.
Fingers crossed. So we'll grab a quick word with Alex Mulaney. So, managed a second in that one. You look really comfortable. You managed that race really well.
Oh yeah, I was behind Chris. I was with him at the start, but I think I'm just lacking a bit of consistency. But other than that, it's just such an hard race, really. You got to be inch perfect. So one mistake and you're going to hurt yourself on that off-road. So I'm happy with that. I had a good day yesterday, and hopefully I can finish today off with a good day. So you give me a bit of confidence for the next round. So hopefully I can do that and have a good weekend.
Yeah, you were really impressive yesterday watching your race. And I know Chris struggled a little bit yesterday, but again, this sort of fast circuit, do you feel it suits your riding style a bit more now?
Yeah, definitely. I'm a lot more quicker on the fast circuit. It's just I have a lot more confidence with doing the R6 racing now. So fast circuit's more for me. Slow, tight, technical ones is where I'd probably not be as quick, but I'm happy with that result. So, yeah.
Yeah, and we'll grab another quick word with Chris Hodgson. Again, another race win in that one. And you led it from start to finish. Yeah. Can't really do much better than that.
Yeah, cheeky little joker put in there as well. So we've definitely made that one work. And felt like he had good pace. Alex pushed us for the first half of the race, but just having a crack with him there, he just said, I'll just bang up laps out, and he made a couple of mistakes, which let me get away. So yeah, we've got it all to do from 8th in this next one, but Sharpie said that he's made some passes, so there's passing places out there.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few passes, so considering it's a fast circuit, there are a lot of passes even on the brakes, going around the outside of people. It's been really impressive to watch, so yeah, you'll have to get back and watch it now and see where people have been doing some overtakes. You haven't done any of that today. So we'll get back to our Academy race 2, and I think Farron should still be in the comms box.
Right, we've got the Academy class now. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how some of these kids do it. They race in the C group and then do the Academy as well. And they put up a good fight in the C group. I don't think at their age I would have had their energy. But we do get some good battles with the kids. It's brilliant. Fair play to them. I'm not too sure about who the lineup is, but I think there's Archie Reynolds on the front. I can see Max Rhodes and Tyler Clark out there. I think Chris Walker's nipper's out there as well. I can't remember his name. There we go. So Edward Darnton, Tyler Clark, Archie Reynolds, Max Rhodes, Cole Reynolds, Rip Jennings, Josh Walker, Alfie Wright and Jackson Nuttall. And Archie's going for it. And Danielle's just coming back in. The professor. Number 5. So Edwards in front, and that's Archie Reynolds following him, with Max Rhodes behind.
Yeah, so Ed Darnton looks like he's got another great start. I didn't manage to catch that. I was just racing back from those interviews. It looks like another good start from Cole Reynolds as well, on board that TM that he inherited from his brother, I believe. So I had a quick word with Ed Darnton at lunch, told him to stop looking behind him. He's not going that way. So we'll see if he actually listened for once.
No, the kids don't listen.
No, they don't. They don't. And the cheek on them, and
they're going faster than us, Danielle.
I know. Showing us up, aren't they? We're on big 450s and running rings round us on those 85s.
Tyler Clark rode into me yesterday. I don't know what he expected to achieve by that. I'm a big lad. He just bounced off somewhere.
At least at Rowra we feel a little bit better about it, being like, oh, it's a tight track, you can't use the power.
Yeah.
Here, what are we doing?
No.
So Archie Reynolds there, he has found his way up to second place on board that Automotive Solutions KTM that he's got there, and I'm sure Dad Paul Reynolds will be stood at the side watching and cheering / shouting them on. There he is. I think Max had a bit of an issue in race 1. He looked like he struggled a bit. Interesting to see the Archie there taking what looks like the trickier line with that big rut.
Oh, them ruts are going to be horrible in those little tyres.
Yeah, we were saying sort of a bit of a bump on a big bike is quite a bit of a big bump on a little bike, isn't it? These guys running sort of 12-inch wheels, really challenging.
Sounds so well, though.
Yeah, and Tyler Clark managed to come a little bit of a cropper in race 1 as well. He spanned himself a bit. He's currently sat in 5th place behind Rip Jennings. So Rip having a good weekend. He's currently sat in 4th place now. So as we watch them come round, Max there trying to wring the neck of that RWJ Husqvarna. So hard down the box here, and they do carry so much corner speed.
Yeah, they can turn so tightly round that corner that they can just literally nip up the inside of you. So you have to show them a bit of leg just to can't come through here, lads.
Yeah, I saw you in C Group race 1. Just swarms of 85s round. You can hear them, and
if they're in the adult race, treat them like an adult. You can knock them off.
No, bless them. They're all right when they're behind me.
Yeah.
I have to say, Ed Darnton, he's leading this one. I had a good battle with him at Three Sisters, to the point where I looked over my shoulder going around Luna and he was on the outside. I was like, how? Yeah. How are you doing that? It's all right. I out-dragged him. It's fine.
And then he got you on the brakes.
Nearly. No, these guys, absolute credit to this academy class. They've all come on leaps and bounds. So Cole Reynolds there on the number 10. He's becoming a proper little racer, following the footsteps of his big brother. Oh, a bit of a tank slapper there. But again, keeps it pinned, absolutely no fear.
No, they don't have to worry. They've only got to go to school Monday. Like, if I crash, I'm just not going to school. The rest of us have got to go to work.
Big look over the shoulder there to see Rip Jennings. So he's managed to make his way up to 3rd. Cracking ride there from Cole Reynolds. He's doing really well. So trying to get all the power out of that TM that he can.
He's flying. Absolutely flying, these kids are.
Yeah.
Tyler Clark was telling me he was going to be on a 450 today in the C group, but I haven't seen him out there on that. I'm glad he's not.
I don't think he is. No, I think after his little tumble as well, it's probably not the best idea.
No.
Hitting the floor probably tires you out a little bit. You don't want to be trying to handle 450 at 15. There's Rip Jennings there making his way through that off-road, just closing that gap down to Cole ever so slightly there. Then Tyler Clark in 5th. Then we've got a little way back to Josh Walker in 6th. Then Alfie Wright is currently sat in 7th, and Jackson Nuttall in 8th on board his 65. So they're just coming up on him here. There he is. There is Jackson Nuttall, the 183. So he'll know they're there. Good racecraft from him, just letting through the faster riders. Doesn't want to sort of interfere with their race. So there's Colt. He's having a cracking weekend, bless him. He's doing really well, and I'm sure Dad Paul Reynolds will be chuffed.
Keep pushing. Stop looking behind you, lad.
I know. They're all horrendous for it. Looking behind. You're not going that way. Just keep looking forward. So our timing screen looks like Ed Darnton has dropped off for some reason. So that's a little bit strange.
See if we can see him out the window.
Yeah, see if we can maybe catch a glimpse, make sure he's still riding round out there. We've got Archie Reynolds there, number 5. Oh, there he is, right on cue. So there is Ed Darnton. That's him coming off the first off-road and then down that back straight. Hard on the brakes. This is where I keep an eye out in now, see if he's looking behind him. There's Archie Reynolds.
Yeah, he's
still looking behind him. Yeah. Don't listen, it's fine. Yeah. One advantage of these little bikes, though, is they're not kicking up as much dust either. No. So at least that they've not got to worry about sort of the vision issues. It looks like Reynolds, though, is closing the gap on Darnton on this one.
It does look like that way. It looked like more like Edward had sort of fallen off the pace.
Yeah. Oh no, Cole Reynolds. So look, Cole's had a moment there going on to our off-road. Is he able to get the bike restarted there? Looks like quite a tricky place to try and get that bike going, just on a bit of an incline there. And he has only got little legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, there he goes. So there is Darnton coming around that fast section of track. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of Reynolds. There he is.
Still chasing him down.
Yeah, he's still there or thereabouts, but just not close enough to be able to really put any pressure on for a pass.
No, he's got time, though. 3 laps.
Yeah.
Oh,
a little bit of a moment there from Darnton, but again, stood up on the pegs, really nice sort of technique through there, letting the bike do its thing. Oh, here comes Reynolds.
God, I wish I could have done this when I was a kid.
And that's something to mention. If you've got an 85 out there, there's not actually that much needed to get a bike competitive for this championship.
No, just a set of wheels, really, and some suspension set up, and you're good to go.
Some handguards, that sort of thing, some wrap-round handguards, and realistically, you're ready to go.
And there's always sets of levers. Kids grow through their levers so much. There's always spare levers, cheap levers going around that you can try out.
Hand-me-down leathers, they're always there. There was Max Road there just coming up on, I think that was Alfie Wright. Well, yeah, definitely. So if you're watching this over on YouTube at home and you think, oh, I've got an 85, or my lad's got an 85, or my daughter's got an 85, keep an eye out if they want to come and have a go. It's a really friendly championship and a great sort of stepping stone from completely off-road riding into something sort of more tarmac based, and they get a good mix. And there's always people here willing to help and give tips, things like tyre warmers, how all this sort of world works. Also worth checking out Facebook groups, the British Supermoto Championship on Facebook, on our website. It's definitely something that you should all sort of look into if you're sort of interested in coming and having a go.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
There's so many kids out there with these bikes. Might as well get them into everything.
And I mean, as much as we don't like it, there is also the adult mini bikes. So, as we say, the adults riding kids' bikes.
Buy a big bike.
Buy a big bike. But we have to admit, it is a very cheap way into a sport that can get pretty expensive pretty quick. Relative. So, in comparison to something like road racing, which I know they do a lot of here at Pembury, Supermoto is a cheaper alternative to getting out on tarmac. So, even if you're an adult and you're thinking, oh, I've got a CRF 150 at home, or there's one cheap. It's a good way of coming and sort of dipping your toe in and seeing if you like it. Well, it is the last lap, so there is Archie Reynolds. It looks like Darnton's maybe pulled his finger out a little bit in these last laps and has definitely opened that gap up, hasn't he?
I think you might have been having a little breather and gone, oh no, I better get back on the gas, he's catching me.
Yeah, there he is. So Darnton just coming up on, that's Josh Walker, Trips UK rider on that KTM. Dad, Chris, went to all the effort of fitting a quick shifter for him, all for Josh to go, no, I don't like it. Can you unplug it?
I feel
So
that.
Chris
I
Lambour.
don't like a quick shifter.
So, yeah, it's one of them. Just getting used to it. Darnton there with the foot out.
It looked like he was doing Fred Flintstone and slowing the bike down with his feet.
He
then.
did a little bit, yeah. Did. Yeah, it's still not much between both him and Reynolds. Reynolds been there or thereabouts all day. So now, will we see Darnton try and pop it up on the back wheel across the line like he has done for the last few times? Quick glance over the shoulder. Do I have time? Nah, a little bit of an arm pump. Well-deserved win there for Ed Darnton, who takes the win. Archie Reynolds in second, and then we'll just keep an eye out. Got a little bit of a gap back to, there he is, Max Rhodes, number 58. So he's just coming up on Jackson Nuttall there as he comes round. So again, a strong third place for Max Rhodes. And again, up onto back wheel.
So now we went for Rick and then Tyler, haven't we?
Yeah, I blame you lot for this.
What?
This whole crossing the line on the back wheel thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I normally crash when I do it.
Yeah, all these young riders watching their idols like Chris Hodgson and Alex Mullaney and, Farron Young.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Pulling these wheelies. Yeah. I'm not jealous at all, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, you can't do wheelies, can you, properly?
Yeah, no.
Anything.
So
You'll get that.
no, I've been trying for too many years. At this point, you just accept it.
Mate keeps going, you're going to have to teach me how to wheelie. I'm like,
So there is our Supermoto Academy class race 2, so sponsored by FF Solutions Design and Build. It wasn't a win for Archie Reynolds, in fact it was a second. It was Ed Darnton that took the win, and then Max Rhodes third. Fourth for Rip Jennings, fifth Tyler Clark, sixth for Josh Walker, seventh for Alfie Wright, eighth for Cole Reynolds after a little tip-off, and ninth for Jackson Nuttall. So, I believe we've now got a little bit of a break, and we should be back shortly with our Contract Solutions C Group Race 3 in a little while. and welcome back to round 4 of the Trips UK British Supermoto Championship here in Pembury in South Wales. So on track now, we have our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C riders just making their way around at the tail end of their warm-up lap, and they will all take to our grid for the start of their final race for this weekend. So on pole we should have the number 16 of Tommy Sayer. He's looked super comfortable through our off-road section so far. So we can see him there in the blue on the KTM there, just on the outside, that number 16. Alongside him he has the number 44 of Daniel Hudson on board his TM, and then it is Jason Laycock, the number 159 Batmate rider. And then it's Ricky Grimshaw. So he's fairly new to the sport and on board a Trips UK ride KTM there with the white t-shirt, white helmet. So this class has been sponsored by Contract Solutions, who are an engineering company up in Scotland. Do a lot of precision engineering and machining. So if you're ever in the need or market for that, make sure you get in contact. But it is now under starters orders and they're away. So it looked like a good start there for Tommy Sayer there on the outside on board that KTM, and he's keeping a nice tight line there, not allowing Hudson any room to try and nip up the inside. But again, through the tricky concrete broken area on the circuit. Now there were a few spots of rain just before this one got underway. Not enough to have dampened the circuit, but probably a little bit of mental rain I'd suggest, so they might be just taking it ever so slightly steadier on this first couple of laps. So there's Sayer there with that very motocross-esque riding style, on the balls of his feet, back straight, hips back as he comes across the off-road. Then there's the leg out action. Ricky Grimshaw's managed to find his way up to second place, so he's got past the 44 of Daniel Hudson there. And then it's Jason Laycock, who was a little bit mugged off in race 2. He got a really good start and was on for hopefully moving up to the B group, but unfortunately got pipped by a few riders as that race went on. There's the 97 of Dax Almond, so he's come from nowhere. I haven't seen very much of him today, and he's now fighting his way through this C group race. But it is still Tommy Sayer out in front, and he's extending that lead that he has. It was 1.6 seconds across the line, but it's a little bit more there as he comes round. So again, that really slippy area of the circuit. Looking out of our comfort box window today, it doesn't look like it has continued raining, so hopefully that was just a light shower. Oh, losing the rear a little bit there. And there's Grimshaw again, another rider that looks confident through the off-road. Then back to Michael Whittam and Steve Smith, those two Goon Squad riders having a good battle there for 5th and 6th place, with Dax Almond sat in a 7th on board his 250. He had a really good ride yesterday. I think he just struggled slightly being on board that 250, maybe felt slightly underpowered compared to some of the 450s that we have out here. Also mentioning our riders that are normally doing double duty. I think we're missing a few from this one. It's looking a little bit thin on the field. We've got Max Rhodes, Tyler Clark out there as well, as I believe also Rip Jennings. So those riders will be back out a little bit later on in our academy class for our final race of the live stream today. So Daniel Hudson finding a way past Rick Grimshaw then on that tarmac section, so managing to get a better drive out of that corner on board that TM machine that he's on. We don't have a lot of TMs in the paddock, however our current supporter of the series is TM Leeds UK, not only supplying TM parts but also Supermoto specific parts. So if you're ever looking for anything, clutches, start devices, definitely go and have a chat with David. I'm sure he'll be able to help you out. Well, there's Hudson. He's currently sat in 3rd place and about in second place, sorry, and chasing down Tommy Sayer. You can see him there. So Laycock now trying to see if he can close that gap down on Grimshaw. See if he's able to try and make up any ground now as they come off this off-road section. He does definitely look closer than previous laps. So fastest lap at the moment has gone to Daniel Hudson on that one. He was doing a 1:18.6, so he's definitely now on a charge trying to chase down the 16 of Sayer. But Grimshaw there not giving Laycock any room to try and go around the outside of him and covering the inside. So he's sending Laycock the long way around here on this fast area, but it has meant that Laycock's found a way past. So that has demoted Grimshaw down to 4th place. Looking a little bit further down the pack, Dax Almond has found a way past Michael Whittam, the number 77 on board that Goon Squad Husqvarna. So he'll now be breathing down the neck of Steve Smith. There they are, there just in the corner of shot coming through our off-road section. And Dax has made a pass in the off-road as well. So that will move Dax Almond up to 5th place. Grimshaw not letting this one be. He's still very close to Laycock here as they come through our second off-road section. Looks like he's trying to take a slightly wide line. Laycock covering the inside and not really giving an inch. Out in front, Tommy Sayer has an advantage of about 2.6 seconds over Daniel Hudson, and again has just managed to pinch the fastest lap from him, bringing it down to a 1:17.9. So even though he's out in front, he's still ticking off these laps and bringing those lap times down with him. So it looks like from our timing screen there, most people have sort of spread out and settled into this one now. So there's Grimshaw coming across the line. There he is, see that really tricky broken up concrete. So through this off-road section that we've seen catching out quite a few riders so far today. Grimshaw taking a really nice outside line there that, I mean, from here doesn't look anywhere near as bumpy as some of the lines we have seen. Dax Almond definitely looked like he's making a charge. He's chasing down Grimshaw, and on the last lap he was about 4 seconds quicker. So Grimshaw's going to have a 250 to contend with shortly. There is Daniel Hudson, so kicking up a little bit of dust there on that TM as he comes through that second off-road section. He's still trying to chase down the 16 of Tommy Sayer, but Sayer managing that lead well. It can always be really tricky if you're leading a race, knowing how hard to push and how fast to go. Just looking at our comfort windows, there's ever so slight little bits of rain hitting there now. Still very much only mental rain. These riders will have it sort of hitting their goggles slightly, which it won't be affecting them traction wise, that's for certain. It won't be lying on the ground enough that it should cause them any issues, but it may just hamper them in the way that they think, oh, I won't be as aggressive on the throttle coming out of this corner, that sort of thing. So Hudson again taking that nice wide outside line, and you can see there that grass area that we've been using as our off-road section getting quite dusty. So it is. It looks like on our timing stream it's a battle between Grimshaw and Almond there for 4th. So if we keep an eye out in the background of this shot here, see if we can see them. There's Hudson making his way off the off-road. That gap to Sayer staying about the same. I wouldn't say it's closed up very much on that lap. So keep an eye out. Definitely looks from our timing screen that Dax Almond, the 97, is the man on the move. So Hudson there, that really tricky tarmac section where it's sort of broken up, has been not caused any issues today, but I know it did yesterday. A few of the riders all commenting that they found it really challenging. And then through here, Hudson looking fairly steady through here. Seems to be sitting down a fair bit as well, which I can't imagine is always the fastest or the safest way to get through that sort of condition. It looks like Sayer is going to have to start contending with back markers, but Dax Almond has made the pass on Ricky Grimshaw and is already all over the back of Jason Laycock. So he's on board a 250, but he's not letting that stop him, so he's looking to see if he can find a way up the inside. Laycock there. Oh, he went in hot and made a mistake there, so that has given Dax Almond third place there. So he's come from way back in this race and up to third, so great ride there from young Dax Almond. Again, another one of our under 21 riders on board an Automotive Solutions Husqvarna 250. I believe it was previously Alex Mullaney's bike before he moved and progressed to a 450. So there he's going. The gap up to Daniel Hudson now is 17 seconds. So with this now being the last lap, there is very much a little chance that he's going to be able to make that up, unless there is some sort of big drama that Hudson has on this last lap, potentially through the off-road. Again, it's a gap back. It looks like the Ricky Grimshaw's now even coming under threat to Steve Smith, 671 in 6th place. So he's dropped off a little bit here, wondering if maybe he's suffering with a bit of an arm pump as we get to the closing stages of this race. There's Tommy Sayer just coming up on the back marker of the 771 Darrell Brett. He's also on an Evo machine, so that's a bike that was produced before, I believe, 2012 off our regulations, so that's a carbureted machine, and he's just been there. Oh, he's just got the last lap flag now, so looks like they're getting an extra one here for their sins. Well, there is Tommy Sayer. He's managed this race really, really well. Daniel Hudson there, still there or thereabouts, not close enough to be able to put any real pressure on. Like maybe Sayer had a little bit of a wheel spin there, just a quick glance down at the back wheel, wonder if maybe got a bit of an issue, or if it slid more than he was maybe expecting. So coming through over this first off-road, Hudson has definitely closed that gap there now, so I'm wondering if Sayer maybe did have an issue. Yeah, he does keep moving that leg out to the side, wondering if there's maybe an issue with that KTM. He just needs to try and bring it home. So Hudson right on the back of him now. Can Sayer keep it together? He's gone to try and keep it to the inside, sending Hudson long way, and he's made a mistake, so he came in too hot there, wasn't able to make the turn on that tricky grass section. Oh, yeah, no, he can't sort of rejoin in that way, unfortunately. That would be gaining an advantage after not making the course. But there is Tommy Sayer taking the win from Daniel Hudson very closely in second. Then there is Darrell Brett on board that AWG KTM. He has finished in 11th place, I believe, on that one. Then there is Dax Almond, who found his way up to third place after some cracking overtakes in this one. On screen there, you've got Ricky Grimshaw, who is 139 on our timing screen. Chris Loud there crossing the line on board that pit bike. And Grimshaw there managing to keep Steve Smith behind him there. Oh, I didn't see Jason Laycock cross the line, whether I've just missed him. So that is our final race of our Contract Solutions Supermoto Group C riders. They'll all be going back now to get changed, get sorted. Nice little wheelie there from Max Rhodes as he comes across the line. Who's that there? That looked like Rip Jennings, and we've got Tyler Clark. All these riders having a really good day. So the Academy riders will get another crack at it a little bit later on, but for now it's the end of the weekend for these riders, with Tommy Sayer taking a win for the final race of his weekend, Daniel Hudson a very close second place, Dax Almond managing third, then it was Jason Laycock in fourth, Ricky Grimshaw fifth, and Steve Smith in sixth. Then it was Michael Whittam, all the sevens there, finishing seventh on the number 77. Max Rhodes getting 8 on the number 58. We had Rip Jennings getting a really good 9th place, so well done to him. Tyler Clark in 10th, and then Darryl Brett managing 11th, and Craig Louth 12th. So up next we should have our Race IQ Supermoto Group B Race 3. We'll let these guys have their podium moment, very much well deserved. So there's Tommy Sayer. Brother Jake Sayer, we'll see him out in our A Group race a little bit later on. He's been having a very good weekend so far, battling with Simon Burgess for his Clubman Championship. I believe, yeah, there's Tommy and Dan having a nice little chat after that one. And then we can also see Dax just there on the end, popping his bike onto 3rd at 2:50. He's done really well there. Wondering what happened to him in some of the previous races. But really good comeback from him there. Also looks like he's running wets. I wonder if maybe that shower bothered him a little bit more than he should have done. Personally, looking out here, it doesn't look like the tarmac's got any sort of moisture on it at the moment, other than the puddles that have just been left as they were. But here is our Race IQ Supermoto Group B Race 3. That's Darren Lee there outboard on the SMD Husqvarna. So Darren also has his own Supermoto shop, so any Supermoto parts, Supermoto Daz as he's commonly known. He's also an importer for Behringer brakes. He's currently on pole position, alongside him Kevin Crowthers and Paul Reynolds. Then it's 4th place for Jamie Wrigglesworth. We've also got Mark Stevens, Adrian Dealey, who's having a great weekend, James Wood there in 7th, and Dave Spafford in 8th. We've got Dean Clark in 9th, Eddie Rushforth in 10th, Sean Jones in 11th, and Duncan Wright in 12th. Then it's 13th for Jason Slater, and he was going really well in race 1, so see if we can claw back any more positions. Dan Billam in 14th, Ollie Sims 15th, and Max Feeney in 16th. So them two are battling it out in our C Group race 2. So we'll see if they end up bashing bars again for this final race of their weekend. And so Max doing really well to be getting into our B Group on board a 250 as well. So credit to him, especially on a circuit where it is very fast. All the riders have said this so far that I've spoken to. They've all commented on how quick this circuit is, whether that be the tarmac or the off-road. You're carrying a lot of speed. So sometimes that suits riders, other times it doesn't. Some people don't enjoy that type of racing, but the riders that it is suiting are certainly going well today. There's Jamie there just popping his hand up. Wonder if he needs a hand maybe with his start device. Yep, there he is. So Paul Reynolds starting 3rd. He's had a really good weekend so far, so have his boys. So there he is there on board the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna in the grey and yellow, the number 10. Alongside him he's got Kevin Crowthers and Darren Lee. So here they are. Jamie Wriggle right there on the outside. So under starters orders. And they're away, and it looks like a great start there from Kevin Crowthers. Is he able to try and sneak up the inside? Not quite close enough to Darren Lee. So Darren manages that one really well. So really fast turn 1 as they head round through that really tricky concrete. So it's is that Jamie Wrigglesworth on the outside there? It is. It's trying to see if he can sneak around Kev Crowther, so he's going for that outside line. Reynolds up the middle. I think this is a great example of how there's so many different lines you can take through this off-road. But Darren Lee looking like he's breaking away at the front. So he's now trying to run off and hide at the front really, and not try and get tangled up in the drama that's happening behind him. There is Jamie Wrigglesworth trying to find a way past Kevin Crowthers and Paul Reynolds. So there they are. It's still Crowthers from Reynolds from Wrigglesworth. Then it's Stevens there. A little bit further back, then we've got A. Dealey on the 555. James Wood. Ollie Sims has got a great start there from starting at the back of the grid. See a flash of that Honda there in the mid-pack. So there is Kevin Crowthers hard on the brakes here into This tight hairpin. Then Paul Reynolds, we've seen him look really fast through this section. He's not able to get close enough to go up the inside, so he's just following for the time being. Not able to carry enough to be able to nip round the outside. So there he is again. Crowther's sending him the long way around if he's going to go for it. And he sent him off track. So that is Reynolds then rejoining. He will have to give that position back. I believe he did not quite make the corner. That looked quite a controversial one, we'll say. And there's Jamie Wrigglesworth looking up to see if he can now make a move on Kevin Crowthers. There's Mark Stevens on board that Husqvarna. Reynolds there just covering the inside, not allowing Crowthers to sneak a front wheel in there. Out in front, Darren Lee has opened his gap out to just over 2 seconds. We'll see if that's extended now as they cross the line. So yeah, that's out to 3.3 seconds. We've got a rider down there. That looks like Sean Jones in one of our off-road sections. So he looks like he's maybe coming a little bit hot there and not be able to stop for the corner. So that's our Cranking Racing 164 Sean Jones. Looks like he'll be restarting. Doesn't look like it was a big one. So there's Reynolds there, opening up a little bit of a gap now on Crowthers. Wrigglesworth definitely keeping the pressure on Kevin there, but feet off the pegs. Not ideal when you're popping through here. There's Stevens trying to see if he can have a look round the outside. Dealey taking the inside. Wood also taking the inside there as well. So fastest out on track at the moment is the 741 of Darren Lee. He's currently leading this one. To the tune of 3.3 seconds with a best lap of 13.6. So looks like Wrigglesworth now coming under pressure for the 944 of Mark Stevens. So on board that Husqvarna, he's all over the back of him through the off-road. Is he going to be able to find anywhere to try and make a pass? So we know this area for hard braking has been a really good one. So who can get on the power first? But looks like that will be Jamie Wrigglesworth there, looking really smooth out of that corner, able to get the power down. So there is Wrigglesworth still managing to keep Stevens at bay. And then looking a little bit further back, we've also got Adrian Dealey and James Wood. There's Stevens' bike getting kicked just out a little bit to the side there. So it's Lee from Reynolds, then we have Crowthers, Wrigglesworth and Stevens. That's your top 5. Look like we've got a battle in the mid-pack here. So Ollie Sims, our rider that was promoted from our C group, he's currently sat in a very respectable 8th place. He's just in front of the number 117 Dave Spafford there. So he's had a great ride so far. He's managed to find his way in front of some riders that even qualified for the B's straight off the bat this morning. So great ride from him. So there's Dave Spafford. Then he's also got Dean Clark there. Dan Billham, who's currently leading our novice championship. He's also in the mix there as well. So Ollie Sims, one of our under 21 riders. In that battle there for between 8th and 12th. Dan Billham is currently first in our novice championship. Kevin Crowthers, who we just saw in 3rd place, is 2nd in our novice championship, and in 4th we've also got Adrian Dealey, who's in the mix as well. So goes to show that these riders that pretty much only started either this year or last year, relative novices to our sport, managing to improve and progress and find their way in what is a very competitive race IQ Group B. So Sims there, making his way off the off-road. He's having a really good race so far. So just breaking away a little bit, I'd say, from that front group. You can see there, not quite close enough to be able to try and tag onto the back of James Wood. Here's Mark Stevens and Aid Dealey. So, like I said, Aid currently sat 4th in our novice championship. As we said a little bit earlier, you can definitely tell he's got that motocross style race and body positioning if you're watching him through here. There he is, quick glance over the shoulder, another quick glance. Fastest lap is still with the 741 of Darren Lee, who's out in front. He's having a fairly lonely race here, with a gap of about 5.6 seconds back to the number 10 of Paul Reynolds. So here he comes through here. There is James Wood, keeping the pressure on. Apparently that rut there on the inside, really tricky. Oh, we got some battling going on here between Paul Reynolds and Kev Crowthers, who's definitely not letting up. So Crowthers there on board that backmate KTM is keeping the pressure on Reynolds. And then Wrigglesworth still there to pick up the pieces, should there be any. So Crowthers there round the outside of Reynolds through the off-road. Nice pass from him there. But I don't think Reynolds will take that one laying down. He's now going to try and see if he can gain that back here on the tarmac. It is a little bit like a yo-yo. There might be some areas of the track where one rider's quicker and the other one has a bit of an advantage. So for instance, that might be this section here for Paul Reynolds, this really fast tarmac section where Paul can really use that knee down riding style. And then it does mean that the 63 of Kev Crowthers now has all the work to do again in the areas where he's strong, which will be the off-road. So you can see him here, Reynolds there into the off-road, taking sort of a fairly middle line. Crowthers there taking the inside where we know there is a deep rut, but look, you can see he's there trying to stay as close to those markers as he can and try and stay on the flat, but it's not enough to get past the 10 of Paul Reynolds there. Reynolds there pulling a roll off, so it looks like we have got a little bit more of that mental rain coming in. A few spots on the windows. Not enough, I don't think, to cause any issues on circuit just yet. You can still see the dust is being kicked up. But just a few spots of rain coming in now. So Crowthers found a way past Reynolds on the off-road again. Can he manage to pull a gap on him through this last section? Keep an eye out. So there he goes. So is Reynolds now just going to try and use that move that he did last time to try and nip up the round here on this fast section? He doesn't look close enough to be able to. So it might be the case that Reynolds there made a mistake trying to get on the power. Not quite able to push Crowthers on this one. So Crowthers taking a really wide line to square himself up to head into this first off-road section, taking that deep rut there on the inside. And then if you watch, he was taking a really nice line here, staying as close to these peg markers as he could to try and stay on the grass that's been bumped on least. So there he is. Crowthers open up a fair gap now on Reynolds as they come through the off-road for this fairly final time. There is Darren Lee. So Darren Lee's dropped back a fair bit. I wonder if his mental rain's playing with him as well. He has really dropped back. So his last lap was a 1:16.3, which is about 3 seconds slower than his fastest so far. So there is our last lap flag out. That rain is now coming down, as you can see on screen. It might be the case that they call this one. Looking at that is a very, very heavy downpour that's coming in. And all these riders are currently on slick tyres, I believe. I know we did see a few C riders when they went on the podium. They did have a wet front. So we'll see if these riders can finish this race in one piece. There's Paul Reynolds there, the number 10 Automotive Solutions team boss, coming through this off-road now. That rain has just started very suddenly. Yeah, looks like we've made a technical red flag decision on this Race IQ B group, just in the interest of rider safety by the looks of things. Yeah, there is our race director, Dave Dearden, just telling all these riders to slow down. I'm sure they won't be complaining at that. This is, very unfortunate weather to come in. So that will be the race done. So I think I've got back with me. I've got Chris Lambourne, so he'll be here to have a chat with me about our.
I've only come in because it's raining outside. Yeah, that's a shame that's happened. If it held on for another 15-20 minutes, the lads would have had a good final race there, but yeah.
I still think it'll be a cracking final race.
Yeah, that's right. No, it just meant that now they've got to rush around, get the bikes ready for a wet race, change the wheels, tyres, and then just completely different conditions again. But it'll suit some but not others. But yeah, it'll still be a good race, 100%.
Back to the start of the day now, isn't it? We've all come full circle.
Yeah.
Qualifying, this happened.
Yeah, so you've had the wet, and then it's dried out, and now we're back to here again. So I bet you in 10 minutes it'll be clear skies. But the track's done now. That's definitely wet for them.
Oh yeah, it's definitely wet. I can hear now. It sounds like it's actually stopped raining.
I know. You could see it coming from over the back of the hill there, and so we've copped that. But at least the B Group boys got pretty much most of their race done. Was it last lap, I think?
Yeah, last lap when the rain came in.
Yeah, so that's...
Noticed Paul Reynolds pulling his roll off, and I thought,
yeah,
that's not just mental there.
No, you've got to be so careful, haven't you? As you know,
yeah,
it's literally like riding on ice. So yeah, it's no good if you've got the slick tyres on. So they've done the right thing there, just putting the red flags out. But it'll be a result, won't it? Because
yeah, they've done more than 75% race distance, so that one will be called.
Yeah. That's a nice puddle there, looks like, on the inside. Yeah,
your favourite corner.
Yeah, that's me, yeah. Still half my bike left there, so that's all right.
There's our Race IQ Supermoto Group B result. So it was a win for Darren Lee, then second place to Kevin Crowthers, third place Paul Reynolds, then in fourth we had Jamie Wrigglesworth, fifth Mark Stevens, and sixth strong finish there for Adrian Dealey, seventh James Wood, and eighth Ollie Sims, coming from our C group in race 2 to finish in eighth. That's a great ride from him. Ninth we had Dan Billam leading our novice championship. Then we've got Dave Spafford in 10th, Eddie Rushforth 11th, Dean Clark 12th, Jason Slater down in 13th, and Max Feeney 14th, Duncan Wright 15th, and Sean Jones finishing in 16th after his little tip-off earlier on. So yeah, I think this is definitely throwing the cat amongst the pigeons now for this last race.
Yeah, so what do they give them? Normally a few minutes, isn't it? 10 minutes or...
Yeah.
Just to get themselves sorted. But yeah, 100%. And it's a reverse grid, is it, for the top 8? So yeah,
top 8. So
it's going to be a real mix to start off with.
Yeah, so that'll mean that Chris Hodgson will be starting 8th on the grid.
Yeah. Okay. Who's on pole? Is it Andy
let's
Mitchell?
Have a look, shall we?
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting for sure.
So it is Andy Mitchell on pole. Alongside him, he'll have the 155 of Chris Walker, 54 of Richard Blakeman, and the 94 of Lee Williams. And then we'll have Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp, Alex Mulaney, and Chris Hodgson on row 2.
Right, yeah. So historically, Sharp 217, he does quite well at these reverse grids.
He does.
For various reasons. Obviously, he's got the pace as well, but he seems to capitalise on them. So we'll see what happens with him. He's not the biggest fan of the wet, but yes, it'd be interesting. Yeah,
it's a bit of a tricky situation because we've got to always sort of prioritise rider safety, especially when we have to call that B race so close to the end.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But yeah, let these riders get some wets in, or if they've got the advantage of having a wet bike.
Yeah, some of them have. I mean, that makes everything miles easier for them, obviously. They could just jump straight on that and away they go. So if you've got a wet bike, happy days. If not, you're rushing around now, getting your wheels out, because some people have packed up, sort of semi-packed away because they're ready to shoot off after the racing, and they're going to have to get all the stuff back out.
A lot of people took things like gazebos down as well.
Yeah.
So they're doing all this in the rain, bless them.
Yeah, it's living the dream. It happened at the last round as well, didn't it? The final A race. They'd set off actually and it rained, so that got red flagged and then became a wet race.
Yeah, we've just had notification that they're going to start this race at 4:40. So that gives us about 7 minutes.
7 minutes, yeah.
So they've already had a few minutes to get sorted, so those A group riders will have been watching the Bs and they'll have felt that rain coming in, so they'll have already started going, right, need to get wheels sorted. So an extra sort of 10 minutes will hopefully help them get sorted.
I know what it's like when you have a situation like this. You rush around. If you're sort of a bit of a one-man band, you've got to do it yourself, and you're half puffed out by the time you even get down to the to the holding grid, because you rush around and got
Trust
your stuff.
me.
Yeah,
I know about that.
Yeah, and you just think, why? You know,
I remember being at Rowra, be a couple of years back now, about 2 years ago, and there's an actual photo of me. Andy Goodsell had put the gazebo in because it was so windy.
Right.
And then I'd been like, I need to put wets on, and I'm sat there trying to put my front wheel in, absolutely getting hammered down with rain.
Yeah.
My dad's on the start line, so I was looking after myself.
He can't help, yeah, I know.
And then all of a sudden I had a Mac thrown over me by, I think it was Dean Hillier.
Right.
And then 2-3 other riders came. I was like, right, we'll get your bike sorted, get your helmet on, you're going to be late. And I think that goes to show. So we've got a friendly paddock there that everyone sort of tries to help out.
Everyone 100%. Everyone's really good. If anyone can help out someone else, they always do. Even though, like you might think on track, people are sort of arch rivals, etc. But when it comes to bits like this, everyone jumps in, so it's really good.
Yeah, that rain's definitely coming down now.
It's not backed off, is it? So, well, but in a way, it's better that it does carry on raining now, because the wet tyres will work as opposed to if it's just a bit of a shower and you've got a damp track. The wet tyres, don't get me wrong, you don't want to be on slicks, but they don't work as well as they do in the wet, as it were. So if you're splashing through puddles and stuff, even though it looks horrendous, the tyres are actually doing a bit more than if you're riding around on greasy, damp stuff.
Yeah, similar experience at Rowra. As the track was drying, it got so much slippier.
They just don't work, and you've got to be really careful then. He looks like he's having a good day.
Yeah. Oh, poor Marshall. I think that's Andy.
It is,
Andy Wright, bless him.
Yeah, he's out there. He's been out there all day, bless him. I've seen him.
Yeah. So, yeah, I can see that rain looks like it's not really letting off at the moment.
No.
But hey ho, it's what it is. And at least it's our elite riders. They should be able to handle anything.
They'll love it. They'll love every second. But the good thing is as well, after the race is done, they can get changed, get some normal clothes on.
Yeah.
You're not strudging around in your wet leathers all day. Let's just get out, get it done, and have a good go.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people think the rain can be a leveller in this sort of racing.
Yeah, it does mix it up. Some love it, some don't, I think.
Yeah, some people, so I know especially in the lower groups, you see people that are really aggressive on the brakes and you think, oh, they're a little bit of a chancer. The rain sort of levels that out, because you can't be super aggressive. You do have to be smooth.
No, and I mean, I personally am terrible in it, because I trail a bit of back brake and it just doesn't work in this conditions. You just end up sailing straight through the corners and it's just a disaster. So
I'm the opposite. I love riding in the wet.
Oh, do you?
Absolutely love it.
Weirdo. Yeah, no, I'm glad I'm sitting in here anyway. That's that's the idea of it, I suppose. If you got to be good in all conditions, haven't you?
Yeah, I think some of my best races have been in the wet.
Oh, right.
We raced at Rockingham a few
years ago.
back. Yeah, a few years back.
That's before I'd started. I went, but
I was fast enough to be in the B's on my 350. I was well chuffed for myself.
That must have been like 2008.
No, not quite that far.
Really?
Yeah, Rockingham. It'd be about 2020.
Oh, right, okay.
Back then, they did a decent off-road section.
Right, okay.
And I remember coming around, they had quite a fast left-hander. I was going around the outside of people. I was like, even I'm impressed with myself here. How am I doing this?
Yeah, no, fair play. Oh, I didn't know you'd been back there that recent.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, we try and see if we can get Dave to get some more tracks on the calendar for next year.
Yeah.
I am encouraging.
Yeah, I know there's one at Chippenham that we went to years and years ago, isn't there? You know, where the motocross track is. That's got quite a good... And we went there probably a couple of years ago, not for Supermoto, and it's all still there, so that'd be a nice one if we could get that up and running. But yeah, they sort of come and go a little bit, the tracks. Yeah,
I mentioned to Dave, one of the other tracks we really enjoyed was Anglesey.
Yeah.
Went there. I think we've only been there once. Another track we used that was also quite near to Wales was Rednall.
Yes. That was more of a kart circuit, wasn't it?
Yeah, kart circuit, but they put a fairly big off-road in.
Yes,
It
yeah,
was
I do
quite
remember
good.
that. Yeah, it was good. So that was more of sort of tight and twisty like Rowra.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was good.
Yeah, I think there's also sort of, before my time, times where they've gone to places like Brands Hatch.
Yeah, that's when I
That
first
sort of
started
thing.
ever going to watch. They're really big tracks. Sometimes these bikes, you know, they struggle top end on the big tracks, don't they? So,
Yeah.
but yeah, they used to go to them tracks. Yeah, definitely. And Lyddon. Lyddon Lyd as well. That was a smaller kart track. I think the bikes got a bit loud for down at Lyd. I think that's what happened down there.
Yeah, I've not been to Lyd myself. I've been to
No.
Lyd Hill.
Yeah.
That was a fast track, but they did a lot of work, so they had a lot of rallycross there, so
well,
they did a good off-road.
It is basically rallycross now. So it was just like a long, fast shale section, wasn't it?
Yeah, they put some jumps in.
That's it. Yeah, they have big rallycross meetings there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they don't do things like that here, but yeah, not long now, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can hear any bikes starting to make their way round.
There's a bit of commotion. I think we're starting up soon. Yeah. It's all happening.
So, we'll see if be able to see our reverse grid. So, that always mixes things up. Chris Hodgson's normally really good at making those passes early on.
He is, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I don't know how he does it, but he seems to take sort of six, 8 places in a lap or two, doesn't
I know.
he? Which,
I think he's got this thing called talent. I don't know. I've been trying to find where you buy that.
I don't know how to spell it, so let alone have any. Yeah, no, he is very good at that. Yeah, definitely. So we might see a bit of that.
Yeah, we had him in here a little bit earlier on. He was actually chatting with me about one of our C group races,
Right.
and he was telling us our little secret about how when he comes over that last tabletop before that corner, he's
Yeah.
hitting a braking bump,
Right.
sort of on the back edge to try and slow him down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, if people are listening.
Yeah. I've just been standing up there watching with him, actually, and he was saying, I look at this and I wonder how they stop, and it makes me think, how do we stop?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is strange. But that what we're looking at now, you'd go up to that, and then you're jumping into a sharp left, so you can't slam the brake on. You've got such a big front disc on these. If you just grab brake, especially now it's rained.
Oh, yeah.
You're off. So
Like an ice rink on that wet grass now.
if you go in too hot, you're in for the ride, sort of thing. You either got to try and tip it in and risk it, or sail off. So yeah, it's you got to get it about right. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I think also that transition between the off-road and the tarmac,
Yeah.
that's going to be really greasy as it's carrying that mud.
That's it. Yeah, and then what you also forget is you might go round a couple of 3 corners and down a couple of straights, and you haven't actually used one particular side of the tyre, so you think the tyres are clean, but you've still got dirt on one side, which catches you out as well. I know our track at Wigan's like that. So.
And there we have some bikes on circuit. So that looks like Andy Mitchell and Chris Walker. So they're on the front row for this one. You can see the spray coming up off those tyres. It's definitely put some rain down.
Yeah, definitely. A few puddles. That there isn't nice in the wet, that bit.
Yeah, so it is warm and it is fairly windy as well. So, but I don't think this is going to be a drying track. No, I think this is very much going to be a full wet race. There's Alex there trying that deep inside rock, getting a little bit skewy.
Yeah, it looks like the outside line's better now.
Yeah, I've seen a few people using that. There's our grid. The top 8 are reversed, so it is Andy Mitchell on pole, alongside him Chris Walker, Richard Blakeman and Lee Williams. Then it will be the 7 of Jamie Duncan, Richard Sharp, Alex Mulaney and Chris Hodgson rounding out row 2. Then it's back to normal with Dean Hillier in 9th, alongside him Harley Sharp, Jake Sayer and Simon Burgess. Then row 4 we have Oliver Holmes, Paul Groom and Kyle Eccleston. Then we have Neil Meelan, Josh Jasper, Darryl Pennington, Craig Forshaw and Luke Armitage. So Forshaw and Armitage actually moved up from the Bs.
Yeah,
They're starting from the back.
Be interesting to see how they get on, see if they can make a bit of progress in this one.
Yeah, Armitage had a really good run in that last one.
Yeah, really good, yeah.
He stayed out in front, managed the race well. There is Jamie Duncan. So What do you think will be going through these guys' minds right now? Now it's just sort of hammered it down.
Yeah, well, now they're out there, they're probably all right. They've had a look. Hopefully they've got roll-offs on their goggles, because vision can be a problem with the spray and stuff. Yeah, they'll be ready to go now.
Yeah, so we'll see if they've all remembered they're on reverse grid.
Yeah, when you get down there, yeah, it's just oh, we've got a hand up. Is that Alex?
Yeah, that looks like Alex, probably wanting help with just his whole shot, I'd presume. Yeah, just wait for these riders. Oh, it looks like my dad made the poor decision of taking his waterproofs off. Oh dear, them jeans are going to be sodden.
Nearly there. One more,
Yeah.
and he can go and get a cup of tea.
We've got this one in our academy, and then
Yes.
we'll be done for the weekend.
Everyone's got the drive home.
Oh, the joy of joys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people are local to here, but we're it's all a bit of a trek, isn't it? But it's worth it.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. So
It has.
we'll get these riders under starters orders. There we go. So point to the lights, and they're away. So let's keep an eye out on those front runners. So there's Richard Blakeman there trying to see
good
find a
start
move
from
around
Richard.
Harley's that. Chris Walker, sorry. So Andy Mitchell staying out in front. Great start from the 100 of Alex Mullaney. He's got himself up to second.
Yeah, really good start there from Alex.
And there is Chris Hodgson there trying to find a way up towards... that was Richard Sharp getting sent wide there, I believe.
Yeah, so our team, we've got... Everyone looks the same, which is great. But it's hard to decipher which ones are which. Oh, we can see him now. So that's Chris Walker's the leading one, just up by Hodgson there.
Poor start there for Jamie Duncan. He looks like he got a bit mugged off there.
You can see how dirty he is already. Alex is covered just from following Andy in that first dirt section there.
Yeah, so Andy Mitchell...
He's got a nice clear track at the minute.
He has. He's also got the experience
He's got
for
a lot
these
of
sort
experience.
of these sort of conditions. He'll know just how far he can push that.
Yes.
Chris has found his way all the way up to third place already. So there he is. There's Alex really pushing Andy Mitchell now.
Alex would be keen to get him past Andy.
He will.
He'll know Chris is coming.
So is he going to try and move around the outside? Try and get the run on him here?
Yeah, Andy's a racer though. He won't. He's got a good drive up out of that corner. Oh, here comes Chris.
Yeah, Chris as well.
That was tight. Oh, that was very tight.
Yeah.
There wasn't much space there.
There wasn't, but Chris made the space there with Alex.
Yeah.
He didn't give an inch, did he?
Yeah, when you see someone coming up through, you can sense them, and it sort of sticks you up a little bit, like what happened there, and it makes a gap. So that's what Chris has done there.
Yeah, is Alex able to retaliate here as they come through the off-road?
Oh, that's looking slippery now.
Yeah, that is. There's the 54 of Richard Blakeman. He'll be trying to get all the traction he can there on board that fat and fast KTM. So Andy Mitchell there, he's
still leading.
He's still leading our Trips UK British Supermoto A Group Race 3. So Chris Hodgson there looking like he's going to the inside, and a relatively simple pass for him there.
Yeah.
Just nipped up the inside.
He'll be pleased to have some clear view now. Get his goggles clear, and there you see.
Yeah, get those goggles clear. So now it's Alex Mullaney going to try and do all the work to get past the 61 of Andy Mitchell on board that Bathmate KTM.
He's going well, Andy.
He's going really well. Great ride from Andy Mitchell.
Alex is going to have another try here.
Yep, he's going to have another try to see if he can get up on the inside here. Behind these top three, we've got Richard Blakeman sat in fourth, Chris Walker fifth, and Dean Hillier in sixth.
Yeah, see, they're there again. They're stuck together, them two, this weekend.
Yeah, they are. There's bungee cord between them.
Yeah.
Hillier has also played his Joker.
Right, okay. So double points for him.
Yeah, brave move as well, though, with it being these wet conditions, quite unpredictable.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe he done it before the rain. If he'd have gone into the holding grid early there. Not sure.
Yeah, so there's Alex.
Has he got past?
He got past Andy Mitchell there on that tricky concrete section.
Right, yeah, sorry.
So there he is.
Alex is confident in the wet.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if there was any I thought I saw some smoke there coming from Alex's bike. I might be mistaken. Might be a bit of steam with how wet it is.
I mean, you've only got to hit a couple of puddles, you know what it's like, and you do get a bit of steam blowing off, and you do sort of look and think it's the bike overheating, but it shouldn't be.
No, it should be fine. All these bikes really well maintained, especially to be running at this level.
Yeah, and there's not sort of thick, claggy mud to block the radiators, so you should be alright. And I think the rain's started to come down again.
Yeah, it's definitely coming down harder again.
But now they're out there, it's a good thing, really. Well, no. They would definitely all disagree with what I've just said, but, it's...
The tyres can keep doing what they need to do.
And also where the dirt's getting dragged out onto the track, this rain will just keep it just wet and washed off way, really, the best it can. So it's not a bad thing at all.
Looking there, Dean Hillier has found a way past the 54 of Richard Blakeman. He's putting all the pressure on Andy Mitchell now.
Right, yeah. And Alex is catching Chris.
Yeah, he is. He's closing that gap up here. That definitely looks a lot closer than it was on the last lap.
Yeah, brilliant ride here from Alex. He's had a good weekend.
Yeah, he has.
He's been there. I mean, yesterday he was brilliant. Won 2 out of the 3. Yeah, so there he has. Hillier's moving forwards. I haven't seen... Oh, there's Walker, so he's dropped back. Yeah.
Duncan down in 9th place there. So it's Hillier, Mitchell and Blakeman there having a battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Jake Sayer and Kyle Eccleston just gone through.
Alex Mullaney has found a way past.
He has. We missed that.
We've missed that. But a cracking ride there from Alex Mullaney.
Yeah, fantastic.
Can he get the power down now and not give Chris the opportunity to stick his nose up the inside as they come round this really fast section of the circuit?
Massive confidence in the grip they've got there.
Yeah, across this tricky bit of concrete, as you said.
Yeah, it's not nice. They know how to deal with it.
So I think Chris is probably going to settle into this a little bit to try and see if there is anywhere we can see he's particularly quicker than Alex. He won't want to risk it all.
No. So I mean, Alex, as you know, Alex is under 21s, isn't he? So he doesn't care.
A win's a win.
Yeah, no,
a win
right.
is a win.
And
it's very much well deserved if that's the case here.
Yeah, he's pulling away a treat here, definitely.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely found something on the circuit that he's happy with. And time-wise, doing a 1:16.6.
Yeah, it's crazy in these conditions.
In these conditions, that's really, really impressive.
It's Hillier, yeah, so there's quite a few got past Andy Mitchell there.
Yeah, maybe Andy's made a bit of a mistake, but he's now dropped back to behind Lee Williams.
Yeah, so maybe Dean's made a pass or... something's happened there, but yeah, Dean's got through and he's moving forwards.
Yeah, so Mullaney there going even faster with a 1:16.4, so
yeah, he could almost calm it down a little bit now.
Yeah, he's looking really comfy on that.
Yeah, very, very good.
TKB Racing, I believe it's a Husqvarna.
Yes.
And then there is Chris. He's had 2 out of 3 so far today, so this will currently still give him the overall, and it isn't. He did also play his joker, so that should secure him the overall for today.
He's played his joker for this race?
Last race, right,
okay.
Yeah, last race he played his joker. Alex maybe having vision issues, potentially.
Yeah, it's not
trying to wipe his goggles.
It's not slowing him up too much.
No, it's not bothering too much. Looks like he's going to start coming up on back markers shortly.
I was just saying, so we're reading Harley Sharp down, so not sure.
I'm wondering, he was in that battle with Andy Mitchell and Lee Williams.
Right, okay.
So I'm wondering if maybe that's something to do with it.
Got tangled up a bit. So there's his dad and Chris just gone through
Richard
there.
Blakeman, though, has found a way past Hillier and Williams. Yeah. So he's now...
There's quite a bit of action in this group, it seems.
Yeah, so these are all battling and swapping for position. So it's Blakeman, then we've got Lee Williams there on that high-tech coatings Husqvarna there in the blue. Then in the yellow you've got Dean Hillier, 108, our Goon Squad rider on board that Yamaha. Then it's Trips UK team boss Chris Walker on that KTM. So currently second in our over 45s championship as well. Richard Sharp just behind him in 7th. And then it's about another second back to Andy Mitchell. I think he'll have settled into this one now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's looking dark out there now.
It is looking dark out there, yeah. There's 2 laps to go.
Yeah. Oh, feet off the pegs there.
That's Walker's gone a bit cross-rated. See, now that just shows how slippery it is. 'Cause once it starts to go, it's gone.
Yeah, nothing he could do there as soon as he hit the grass.
And he's really experienced off-road, so, you know, if anyone could save it, he would. So, just like an ice rink, that is through there.
Yeah.
And he probably didn't do anything different to what he did the lap before.
No, I think that jump just probably just kicked him off slightly, and as soon as he's hit that wet grass, it's just nothing
gone.
much you can do. He's along for the ride at that point.
Yeah, 100%. So, has Williams passed Hillier?
Yeah, so he's up to fourth.
Yeah.
So there he is. Last lap flag is out.
Yeah.
So it's Richard Blakeman in third place, Lee Williams in fourth, Dean Hillier fifth. Then it's a little way back from Richard Sharp. Jamie Duncan promoted to seventh after Chris Walker's off there. Looks like we've got a back marker there.
I think that was
out the way.
Josh Jasper, I think, just cruising. I think he's had enough.
Yeah, I could understand it.
100%, yeah.
So
He's opting for the inside still.
yeah, that really deep rut.
So it looks like that rut goes all out the face, that jump. But then, if you just watch Dean...
He's sideways.
Oh, that's just so slippery now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tricky.
I've got to run outside in this.
Why?
I've got to go and interview these. Oh no.
Get them to come up here.
I don't think they'd be very happy, all the mud in the comms box, would they?
No, they'd be chuffed this over now. But Blakeman's going well.
Yeah.
So that looks like Neil Meelan. He looks like he's...
Yeah, that's Neil there. So he's currently in 17th place.
Yeah.
So checkered flag. It was Alex Mullaney there that took the win. There is Chris Hodgson in second place. Not often we say that. Then it'll be Richard Blakeman third and Lee Williams in fourth.
Still coming across the line there. There's a few gaps now. Let me chuff this over. Then there's Jamie Duncan, I think. It's really hard to see now, it's raining so hard. That's Kyle just going over the line. So he was 8th, and then Paul Groom 9th, I think, was that? Yeah, so looks like he passed Jake Sayer on the last lap. And there goes Ollie Holmes, Chris Walker after his crash. He crossed the line, that's good. Andy Mitchell and Forshaw. So yeah, it looks like everyone's made it pretty much now. I thought that went quite quick, that race, but once again, I bet they'll disagree with me. Just coming back round the outside of the track there. Just get back round to the paddock. Get into some dry. Oh, someone's liking a wheelie there. So here's our results for that one. First for Alex Mullaney, second 74 Chris Hodgson, third number 54 Richard Blakeman. There'd be 3 podium guys. Fourth 94 Lee Williams, and then fifth 108 Dean Hillier. Sharp 217, he was 6th. Seventh for number 7 Jamie Duncan. 8th for 255 Carl Eccleston, that's a good ride. 9th for 138 Paul Groom, that's a really good ride as well, top 10. 311 for Jake, 10th for 311 Jake Sayer, 11th for number 42 Oliver Holmes, 12th for 155 Chris Walker, 13th for number 61 Andy Mitchell, 14th for 58 Craig Forshaw, 15th for 666 Daryl Pennington, and 16th for number 53 Simon Burgess. Looks like Danielle's caught up with them down there now. It's just starting to pour
So
again.
we're here with Alex Mullaney. Unfortunately, due to the very adverse weather conditions and some technical problems, we will have to cut this live stream short. Just thought I'd get a quick word with Alex. Brilliant ride there. You said you enjoyed the conditions.
Yeah, the conditions it was torrential, but it was good. I weren't expecting the finish I got, but it was good. I'm happy with it. I really shot myself, but like I say, I'm drenched now. Looking forward to a shower and getting home, but overall, mint weekend. Good day yesterday, good day today. Just really there now. I'm just on it. So really happy. So massive thanks to everyone who's here with me as well. Yeah, just thanks to everyone.
I think you've rounded that up probably as best as I could today. A huge thank you to everyone that supports the live stream, Pembrey Circuit, and the whole team here at Nora Sport. We will see you for round 5 in Three Sisters. Thank you.
Better than not to block, yeah.